Hey guys, tonight we're diving into something even more brutal than usual. A time where survival was already a miracle. And being a woman made it exponentially worse. We're talking about medieval Europe, where life handed you misery for free. But if you were born female, it added a generous side of pain, fear, and absolutely zero rights. Congratulations, you're a medieval woman now. Before we fully submerge into this cheerful pit of historical horror, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you enjoy mildly depressing bedtime stories that help you fall asleep by making you grateful for indoor plumbing. And feel free to comment below where you're watching from and what ungodly hour you're trying to fall asleep at. I always love seeing who's suffering through history with me. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft medieval breeze simulation, and let's begin your journey into a life you definitely wouldn't want. Congratulations! You've just been born into medieval Europe. And not just any medieval Europe, you're a woman. Or rather, you will be, once you stop being a screaming, helpless, toothless little larva wrapped in damp cloth. For now, you're a newborn girl, which already puts you at a statistical disadvantage. Your odds of surviving infancy hover somewhere between coin flip and divine intervention. There's no prenatal care, no sterile instruments, no epidural softly humming in the background. You arrived into this world through a combination of screaming blood and prayers muttered under the breath of an exhausted midwife who's seen too many babies that didn't make it. The birthing room is not really a room. It's more like a corner of a wooden hut where your mother, pale and sweating, lies on a straw-stuffed mattress that smells like last week's goat. There's a small fire crackling, not for comfort, but to keep the worst of the cold away. The walls leak drafts anyway. The midwife whispers a few protective charms, hoping to keep evil spirits at bay because medicine hasn't yet evolved past folk, superstition and bloodletting. You, as a newborn, are roughly the size of a small loaf of bread and not much healthier than one either. The chances of infection are high. If you're lucky, your umbilical cord was cut with a dull knife that at least had the courtesy of being heated over the fire. If you're unlucky, well, you won't need to worry about growing up, but let's assume you survive, because otherwise this would be a very short story. By the time you're 3, you've already beaten the medieval odds. Many of your playmates won't make it to your age. Diseases, accidents, malnutrition, or just general bad luck will take them out early. But you're still here. Probably sick half the time, but here. You toddle barefoot on dirt floors, learning to dodge the occasional chicken, rat, or sharp rock. Shoes are a luxury. Your toys consist of rocks, sticks, and whatever dangerous object your distracted mother failed to snatch from your hands. You don't know it yet, but playtime will be brief, because childhood is a concept that doesn't really exist here. You're essentially just a tiny adult in training. By 5, you start helping around the house. You feed chickens. You sweep dirt off a floor made of more dirt. You gather firewood, carefully avoiding the forest edge where wolves and worse things lurk. You help your mother with spinning, sewing, and tending to younger siblings that may or may not survive the winter. You're not in school. School is for boys, if they're lucky. You don't need to read, you need to obey. By 7, you're learning how to carry water from the stream, balancing heavy buckets on your narrow shoulders. You will carry things your whole life: water, wood, grain, children, grief. You're practicing early. At 10, Your body is already preparing for the role medieval society has assigned to you. Breeder, worker, property. You might not know it yet, but the village matchmaker has probably started eyeing you. So has every man old enough to own 2 goats. Because in a few short years, you will be considered marriageable. By 12, your education in subservience is nearly complete. You've learned how to keep your head down, how to avoid being noticed too much, how to smile politely when old men make comments you don't fully understand but instinctively fear. You've learned to fear God, sin, demons and rumours. You've learned to pray that your monthly bleeding will start soon, because that's when you'll be declared a woman, and the countdown to your marriage contract will begin in earnest. When your first period arrives, there's no celebration, no warm welcome into womanhood, just a whispered conversation with your mother or older sister, handing you rough cloth rags to soak up the blood, showing you how to wash and reuse them. You're not allowed to talk about it. Your body is now a secret, a source of shame and risk. Any hint of improper behaviour can stain your reputation, and your reputation is the only currency you'll ever control. By 14, you're married. Your husband might be twice your age, maybe older. You don't get to choose. This isn't a fairy tale where your father walks you down an aisle strewn with roses. It's a transaction. You are exchanged like a goat or a plot of land, valuable only for your ability to produce children and work without complaint. The marriage contract is negotiated by men, your future bartered over ale and bread, your consent irrelevant. On your wedding night, you're expected to consummate the marriage. There's no honeymoon suite, no romantic prelude, no candlelit whispers. There's a wooden bed, a scratchy blanket, and a man you barely know or, worse, already fear. If you cry, no one cares. If you bleed, it's seen as proof of your virtue. If you scream, it's best to keep your voice down. The neighbours can hear everything, and gossip travels faster than disease. Pregnancy follows soon after. Again and again and again. Because contraception is either sinful or non-existent, and your worth is directly tied to your womb's productivity. Every year your body is stretched, torn, and tested. Each childbirth is another roll of the medieval dice. Will the child survive? Will you? Both outcomes are uncertain every single time. Your world narrows with each child. Your hands stay busy, feeding, washing, sewing, tending. Your back aches from bending over fires and cribs. Your breasts swell and leak. Your belly remains soft and stretched. Your hips widen. Your face ages fast. You're not even 25, but your reflection could be mistaken for someone twice your age. And still, there's work to do. You wake before the sun rises. There's no alarm clock, only the crying of your youngest child and the distant groaning echo of your husband scratching himself awake. Your straw mattress offers no comfort, only the damp, sour stink of sweat, mildew, and the faint rot of unwashed linens. Privacy doesn't exist. Your children sleep on pallets nearby. Your mother-in-law coughs in the corner, and the livestock shuffle restlessly against the walls of the one-room hut you call home. The fire has burned down to embers overnight. The air is cold, your breath fogs as you sit up. Your body aches, not because you did anything unusual yesterday, but because you do everything unusual every single day. Your hips ache from childbirth, your back from labour, your fingers swollen and cracked from scrubbing and spinning. You're 21 years old, which, in medieval terms, qualifies you as an experienced mother and borderline elderly. The first thing you feel, as always, is dread. Not for anything specific, but for everything. Today will be exactly like yesterday, which was exactly like the day before, which was exactly like every single day, stretching into an endless grey tunnel of labour, obligation and exhaustion. And yet you rise, because you must. You pull your single coarse woolen shift over your head, the rough fabric rubbing against skin that never truly heals. You smell of sour milk, sweat, smoke, and old blood. But this is not unusual. No one smells good. Cleanliness is for saints and nobles. Your hair is tightly braided to prevent lice from spreading too quickly, though you know it's a losing battle. Everyone has lice. The biting and itching are constant companions, as familiar to you as your own heartbeat. You step outside to fetch water. The wooden bucket digs into your palms as you trudge barefoot toward the stream. The mud is cold and sticky between your toes. The morning mist carries the smell of manure, stagnant water, and decay. Somewhere nearby, a neighbour's pig screams as it's being slaughtered for the Lord's tithe. You barely flinch. You've heard worse. The stream looks clear, but you know better. Upstream, someone has likely dumped waste into it overnight. Feces, animal carcasses, or whatever unfortunate thing happened to fall in. The water is poisoned, but it's all you have. You collect it anyway. You'll boil it later if there's time. If not, you'll drink it anyway and pray your stomach holds. Returning to the hut, you immediately begin preparing the morning meal. Not breakfast. The word is too generous. A thin porridge of boiled grains scraped from the bottom of a nearly empty sack. A few dried beans if you're lucky. A stale hunk of blackened bread, hard enough to chip a tooth. The children eat first. Small, sunken-eyed, their ribs visible under thin linen tunics. Malnutrition has already stolen their childhood plumpness. You feed them what you can and scrape the rest into your mouth. Hunger is a steady ache you've long since accepted as background noise. Your husband eats too, more than you, of course. He works the field, and society has assured him his labour matters more. You work the field as well, but your body is already used up. Your value lies less in your physical strength now, and more in your ability to maintain the miserable machinery of daily survival. After the meal, your labour continues, blending seamlessly into the never-ending list of tasks that consume every hour of daylight. You churn butter by hand, the repetitive motion turning your shoulders to stone. You mend torn clothing with crude, homemade needles and coarse thread spun from scratchy wool. You patch holes in the roof, scrub the floor, feed the animals, tend to the sick child wheezing in the corner, and still find time to spin raw flax into thread while rocking the infant tied to your chest. There is no such thing as women's work or men's work here. There is only work, endless, grueling work, and the expectation that you do it all with a lowered gaze and grateful heart. When harvest season arrives, your life becomes even harder. You rise before dawn to join the field hands. You swing a sickle under the baking sun, slicing through wheat while your body throbs from the strain. You're expected to work side by side with men while also feeding them at midday, nursing infants, and caring for any sick or wounded workers. There are no holidays from this labour. Even on holy days, you're still working, just doing lighter tasks, like mending torn garments by candlelight, or preparing complicated fasting meals with limited ingredients. The church offers little comfort. Its sermons remind you that as a woman, your suffering is part of God's plan. Your burden handed down from Eve herself. Any pain you endure is a reflection of your inherent sinfulness. Submission is salvation. By your mid-20s, you've likely been pregnant at least half a dozen times. Miscarriages are common and rarely discussed. The blood simply washes away into the straw, and you return to work as if nothing happened. Successful births bring fragile new lives into a world that seems eager to claim them. You've already buried children. Perhaps you whispered their names as you lowered them into shallow graves behind the churchyard, hoping God would show them mercy you're not sure exists. Pregnancy itself is a risk every time. There's no medical care, no midwives trained in sterile practices, only a local woman who knows herbs, some whispered prayers, and crude techniques passed down through generations. If the birth goes wrong, if the child is breech, if there's hemorrhaging, if the placenta refuses to deliver, you die. Slowly, painfully, in full view of your family. You've watched other women die this way. You've helped carry their bodies, wrapped hastily in linens, to the graveyard, and you know, absolutely know, that one day you will likely follow. Your husband, his responsibilities are different. Yes, he works the fields, but when evening falls, his duties mostly end. He drinks. He sleeps. Sometimes he hits you. Society calls it discipline. The church calls it his duty to correct his wife. The bruises fade. The fear does not. You cannot read or write. The church forbids it. Education for women is dangerous. Educated women ask questions. They think for themselves. They become threats. You know only the handful of prayers you were taught as a child, recited in Latin words you do not understand. The priest tells you what they mean. You do not question him. Whispers of witches haunt the village. A woman who knows too many herbs, who heals too many sick, who speaks too confidently, who owns no husband, she is suspect. You've seen women dragged from their homes, accused of curses and spells, bound and drowned in the nearby pond to prove their innocence. If they float, they are guilty. If they sink, they were innocent and dead. It is not justice, it is theatre. And you're always aware that a misplaced word or look could land you in that same watery grave. And yet, despite all this, despite the grinding poverty, the constant fear, the unrelenting work, you find fleeting moments of humanity. You laugh softly with your sister as you shell beans together in the late afternoon sun. You cradle your child against your breast and hum the same lullabies your mother once sang to you. You whisper quiet prayers under your breath as you knead dough, hoping for a better harvest, a healthier baby, a brief reprieve from suffering. Because hope, fragile and foolish though it may be, is the only rebellion you have left. Night falls, but your work doesn't stop. Not really. The children are finally asleep, their small chests rising and falling with shallow, fragile breaths. Your husband snores loudly beside the hearth, his belly full of barley beer, and his rough hand still clutching the wooden mug he couldn't quite finish before slipping into unconsciousness. You sit in the dim glow of the dying firelight, mending one of his tunics for the 100th time. Your fingers raw and sore from hours of needlework. The linen is stained, thin, barely holding together, much like your own body. You're only in your mid-20s, but your joints creak as you shift, your back stiff from bending all day. Your eyesight is starting to blur in the evenings, but you keep sewing. If you don't, no one will. Around you the hut creaks in the cold wind. Mice scurry in the corners, picking at crumbs. Insects buzz lazily around your face. Somewhere outside, a fox screams. Or maybe it's something worse. You hope the chickens are safe. You can't afford to lose another one. Each egg is valuable. Each life is calculated. Your skin itches beneath your woolen dress. Fleas are always present. They live in the straw, in your clothes, in your children's hair. You've tried everything you know. Vinegar washes, combing with rough wooden teeth, even burning certain herbs to smoke them out. But they always return. Lice run rampant as well. They nest in your hair and bite your scalp until you scratch raw patches behind your ears. Bedbugs hide in the seams of your mattress, feasting on your blood every night while you try desperately to ignore the crawling sensation under your skin. There is no relief, only endurance. When you close your eyes, your mind refuses to quiet. Instead, you catalogue everything you must do tomorrow. Repair the leaking roof before the next rainstorm. Find more firewood without trespassing into the Lord's forest and risking punishment. Barter with the tanner's wife for scraps of leather to patch your husband's worn boots. Gather herbs for the child's lingering cough. Spin more thread for the merchant who pays too little but pays nonetheless. Every task is survival. Every mistake is potential disaster. One misstep, one accident, one bout of bad weather, and your family could slide from poverty into starvation. A distinction so thin it barely exists. There are no safety nets, no hospitals, no charities waiting to catch you. There is only the cold, sharp edge of existence. And yet, your worries are not just for yourself. You fear for your daughters most of all. You glance at your eldest, curled up beneath a threadbare blanket. She's nearly 10, tall for her age, her face already losing the round softness of childhood. Soon, the other mothers will begin whispering about her, about when her time will come, who might offer the best dowry, how many chickens or pigs your family might gain in exchange for her future. You want to protect her, to hold her back from the path you walked. But you know how this world works. She will marry young. She will bear children young. She will suffer young. And if fortune smiles upon her, she will survive long enough to one day sit here, as you do now, sewing by firelight while her own daughters sleep nearby. If fortune doesn't smile, she will join the countless women buried in unmarked graves along the edges of the village, their names already forgotten, their suffering swallowed by the endless hunger of time. Even now, as you sew, the looming threat of childbirth hangs over you like a shadow. You are pregnant again. The nausea, the fatigue, the telltale swelling of your breasts all point to the inevitable. You've stopped counting how many times you've carried life inside you, some born screaming, others slipping away in silence before they ever drew breath. You know the risks. You've seen women bleed out onto these same dirt floors, their husbands praying helplessly as the midwife whispers desperate incantations and binds bloody rags to failing bodies. You've heard the wails of fathers burying wives and stillborn infants side by side. You've seen the haunted eyes of widowers forced to remarry within months, choosing another young girl from the village to replace the one the childbed stole. Your own mother died that way. She laboured for 3 days before the life drained from her body and left you motherless at 7. Her face still visits you in dreams, pale, sweat-slick, her lips murmuring prayers even as her strength failed. No priest came to offer last rites. The family couldn't afford it. She died as she lived, quietly, anonymously, expendably. Now it is your turn in the cycle, and you accept it because there is no alternative. There is no rebellion, no escape plan, no distant land where freedom waits. You live within the boundaries assigned to you by birth, gender, and God. To question them would not only be dangerous, but unthinkable. The Church says your suffering is righteous, that every pain you endure earns you favour in the next life. That woman's role is submission, first to her father, then to her husband, finally to God. That the womb is your cross to bear, and each birth is a holy sacrifice. The priest's sermons fill the air with these promises, even as his eyes linger too long on the young girl sitting at the front of the church. You've learned to avoid speaking too boldly, to keep your head lowered during Mass. Women who speak out, who question too much, who challenge their husbands or show too much knowledge are often whispered about. And in this village, whispers kill. You've seen how quickly suspicion can bloom. The herbalist's daughter, accused of cursing a neighbour's livestock when a cow miscarried unexpectedly. The widow who healed a sick child with a strange tea, now buried beneath the pond after a trial that involved ropes, weights, and the cold, merciless water. The midwife who was too skilled for her own good, her knowledge feared as unnatural. You attended her execution, forced to watch as an example to others. Their crime was simple. They were women who existed beyond their assigned place, and the world has no tolerance for that. As the fire dwindles to ash, you finally lay down beside your husband, careful not to disturb his drunken sleep. You close your eyes, knowing that true rest will not come. Your dreams will be filled with the same worries you carried all day, the same fears, the same exhaustion. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, and you will rise as you always do, because there is no choice. You are a medieval woman, and survival itself is your full-time job. The rooster's crow drags you from shallow sleep long before your body is ready to rise. Your bones ache, your head pounds, and your stomach rolls with the nausea of early pregnancy, but you swing your legs onto the cold dirt floor anyway. The baby growing inside you doesn't care that you're exhausted. The other children don't either. Hunger always wakes them before the sun. You quietly move through the dark, trying not to wake your husband. If he stirs, he'll demand food and attention, and you'll lose precious minutes before the real work of the day begins. The baby strapped to your chest stirs and whimpers, but you rock gently as you gather the few remaining embers from the fire and coax them back into reluctant flame. The smoke burns your eyes, but you keep blowing gently, ignoring the sting. You've grown used to that too. Outside, the village slowly comes to life. Thin columns of smoke rising from neighbouring huts, the low murmur of other women starting their days, and the rhythmic clang of a distant blacksmith who, unlike you, will actually receive coin for his labour. The men's work is important, respected, even if they stumble home drunk. Your work, it's simply expected, invisible unless you fail. You step outside and feel the bitter cold bite your cheeks. Your shift is thin. The wool cloak you wear over it barely blocks the wind. You wrap it tighter around your growing belly and begin your first task of many, hauling water. The stream is a fair distance away, the path rocky and treacherous, but you know every step by heart. You carry the wooden yoke across your shoulders, the empty bucket swaying slightly as you walk, careful not to trip. A fall could cost you not only your own life, but your unborn child as well. The water is as filthy as always, filled with mud, animal droppings, and unseen sickness. But it's all you have. You fill the buckets and hoist the full weight back onto your shoulders. The strain makes your back throb and your breath short, but you don't stop. Stopping is dangerous. Stopping invites falling behind. Back in the hut, you start the porridge for the children, little more than boiled oats and scraps of yesterday's bread. There's no sugar, no honey, no milk, only a thin, grey gruel that slides down their throats and silences their hunger for a few hours. You don't eat yet. You wait until everyone else has their share. That's simply how it is. As you move through your chores, you catch sight of your reflection in the small, warped shard of polished metal hanging near the hearth. You barely recognise the woman staring back. Hollow cheeks, sunken eyes, lines already forming at the corners of your mouth. The hands that once belonged to a girl now resemble your mother's, calloused, scarred, and prematurely twisted by arthritis. Your hair, once long and thick, is now tightly braided and tucked beneath a scarf, both to keep lice at bay and to maintain your modesty. You rarely allow yourself to mourn the girl you once were. It serves no purpose. Dreams are dangerous in this world. They breed discontent, and discontent breeds whispers. The church bell tolls from the village centre, marking the beginning of another long, relentless day. You glance toward your daughters and feel the dull weight of dread settle in your chest. The eldest is nearly of age. Soon she'll be married off, likely to an older man who needs a new wife to bear him more children. You pray she gets one who is merely unkind rather than cruel, because cruelty in this world is not an exception. It's built into the system. As a woman, your worth is transactional. You are traded between men like livestock. Your father to your husband to your son to the church when you grow too old to be useful. You own nothing. Not your home, not your children, not even your own body. Your value is assessed in terms of fertility, obedience, and silence. Speak too much? You're a nag. Speak too little? You're suspicious. Speak too wisely? You're dangerous. And dangerous women end up tied to stakes. You've seen it happen before. The trial is little more than a public performance, designed to remind every other woman to stay in line. The accusations come easily. A bad harvest, a stillborn calf, a husband's impotence. All can be blamed on a woman who dared to know too much, or say too little. Once accused, there's no escape. The village gathers to watch as she's dunked, pricked, starved, tortured. And if she survives those tests, she meets the fire anyway. You tell yourself that obedience keeps you safe, but safety is fragile here, like everything else. Even inside the hut, where you should find peace, there is none. Your husband's temper flares easily. His fists are quicker than his apologies, and the bruises fade only slightly faster than the shame. The church teaches him that discipline is his duty, that your obedience is divinely ordained. The priest reminds you often during sermons that a good wife submits to correction without complaint. He never asks about your bruises. He sees them, but says nothing. There's no recourse. The law belongs to men. The priest belongs to men. The village council belongs to men. And you belong to men. Sometimes you hear rumours from distant towns, whispers of women who fled their villages, who live in the forests or hide among the travelling Romani. But these are cautionary tales, not dreams. They always end badly, captured, tortured, or killed. The message is clear. There's nowhere else for you. You either endure here, or you do not endure at all. And so you endure. You endure the pregnancies, the miscarriages, the bleeding, the back-breaking labour, the endless demands. You endure the leering glances from men twice your age. You endure the judgmental eyes of older women who fear you may speak too loudly and bring suspicion upon them by association. You endure the cold, the hunger, the sickness, the filth. You endure because there is no alternative. And still, against every crushing weight, every dull ache, every sharpened edge of existence, you find small rebellions. They are microscopic, but they are yours. A stolen smile between sisters as you wash clothes in the stream. A private joke whispered between women as you knead bread at dawn. A soft song hummed to your infant while your husband snores beside you. A single moment where you look up at the stars and imagine, however briefly, what it might feel like to be free. Those moments will not save you. They will not change your fate, but they remind you, faintly, stubbornly, that you are still human beneath the layers of dirt, duty, and silence. As the day closes, you watch the sunset through the cracks in the wooden shutters. The sky bleeds orange and crimson, the colours fading into the same grey as your existence. You gather your children around you, checking for fevers, lice, and bruises from their rough play. You recite simple prayers over them, asking God for protection, even though you wonder whether he hears women's prayers at all. Your husband calls you to bed. You go. Tomorrow will come again, dragging its heavy cloak of labour and fear behind it. And you will rise again, to serve, to suffer, to survive. Because that is what medieval women do. Welcome to your world. Not the romanticised one painted in modern fairy tales. Not the grand castles with silk banners flapping in the breeze, or the sweeping green meadows dotted with cheerful villagers dancing in perfect circles. No, this is the world you actually inhabit as a medieval woman. Small, cold, filthy, and merciless. Your entire universe is about the size of your own village, a cluster of leaning wooden huts, built close together like frightened animals huddling against the elements. The buildings sag under their own weight, patched with whatever materials were available, scraps of wood, animal hides, straw, and wishful thinking. The roofs are thatched, brittle, and forever leaking. When it rains, and it rains often, the water seeps inside, turning the dirt floors into foul-smelling mud slicks that never fully dry. You've learned to keep your few belongings perched on stones or hung from rafters to avoid losing them to the puddles. There is no paved road, no sidewalk, no drainage. The village pathways are little more than beaten dirt trails choked with refuse. Broken crockery, spoiled food scraps, animal dung, and worse. Chickens peck freely at rotting piles. Pigs snort through heaps of discarded waste. Dogs, feral and mangy, roam hungrily, snapping at each other and the children if they get too close. The air smells of wet earth, manure, stagnant water, and the ever-present, unmistakable stench of unwashed human bodies. You live inside one of these huts, your own little collapsing box of misery. It's a single room shared with your entire family. Your husband, your children, perhaps an aging parent or two. And sometimes, when your luck runs out, livestock will be crammed inside during harsh winters or sickness, their body heat the only available insulation against the deadly cold. The cow breathes heavily in the corner, steam rising from its nostrils while your children shiver beneath thin, lice-ridden blankets. Privacy? You wouldn't even recognise the concept. You sleep, give birth, bleed, cry, argue and suffer all within a few feet of everyone else you know. Your body is public property, your life on full display. The walls of your hut are made of wattle and daub, thin branches woven together, plastered with a crude mixture of mud, straw, and animal dung. The wind whistles through every crack, making the cold an inescapable guest each night. The roof groans under heavy snows and constant rain, always threatening to collapse entirely during the next storm. Repairs are constant, tedious, and ultimately futile. Nature always wins. The hearth is the heart of your home, a small pit of fire in the centre of the room, with smoke spiralling upward toward a hole cut into the ceiling. The smoke rarely escapes fully. It gathers in the rafters, leaving everything coated in a thin film of black soot. Your clothes, your skin, your lungs. You cough often. Everyone does. The children wheeze, their small bodies rattling with the persistent damp of unventilated air and smoke-clogged lungs. If the coughs worsen, there's little you can do but pray. The fire provides what little warmth you have, but fuel is scarce. Gathering wood is dangerous and often illegal. Forests belong to the Lord, not the peasants. Cutting down trees or even collecting fallen branches can result in heavy fines, or worse, violent punishment. So you ration your firewood, making it last through cold nights by allowing the flames to die low and wrapping your children tightly in blankets made from rough, scratchy wool that offer little real warmth. You've grown accustomed to the damp. The way your clothes seem perpetually wet. The way the straw mattress underneath you feels slightly clammy even in summer. The way mildew creeps into every corner of the hut, staining walls black and sickly green. You recognise the scent of mould the way some might recognise fine perfumes, sharp, earthy, inescapable. Your sleeping arrangements are simple. The entire family piles onto a large, flattened heap of straw and old cloth. Some nights you wake to the sharp sting of fleas biting your ankles, or feel bedbugs crawling across your skin. You've learned not to bother swatting them. They always return. Parasites are your constant companions. Lice burrow into your scalp, hiding behind your ears, while tiny worms quietly infest your intestines, feeding off your meagre meals. Bathing isn't a regular part of your life, not because you don't wish for cleanliness, but because the act itself is an ordeal. Water must be fetched, hauled, boiled. Bathing exposes you to the cold and increases the risk of sickness. The Church warns that frequent bathing weakens the body and invites illness. They call your filth protection, and you've learned not to argue, so you wash only when absolutely necessary, and even then, only partially. You clean your hands and face when you can, but your body remains largely unwashed for weeks, sometimes months. When it rains, as it often does, the entire village turns into a swamp of mud and waste. The streets flood with water mixed with human refuse, dumped from windows and chamber pots. Puddles gather in the low spots, swirling with debris. Children play barefoot in this toxic slurry because they know no better. You keep an eye on yours, but you can't keep them clean. You gave up that battle years ago. Survival outranks hygiene. In summer, the heat brings no reprieve. The hut turns into a suffocating oven under the sun's unrelenting glare. The air inside thickens with humidity, carrying the smells of sweat, animal dung, and spoiled food like a heavy, damp cloth draped over your face. You sweat through your only dress, the wool clinging to your skin like a second, wetter skin. Removing layers isn't an option. Modesty remains enforced even in the privacy of your home. To show too much flesh would invite scandal and gossip. Even as you swelter, you remain covered. The flies come in swarms, drawn to the heat, the filth, the constant presence of decay. They gather around your children's faces, buzzing and biting, laying eggs wherever they can. You swat at them continuously, but it's useless. They always return. At night, the mosquitoes come, the high-pitched whine of their wings tormenting your sleepless hours as they feast on your exposed skin. The animals in your village don't fare much better than you do. Cows thin from poor grazing, chickens pecking through filth, pigs rooting through garbage piles. When disease comes, as it often does, it sweeps through both man and beast alike, leaving carcasses in the ditches and famine in its wake. And yet, you rarely leave this place. The village is your world. Journeys beyond its borders are rare, dangerous, and usually taken by men. The nearby towns are distant, reachable only by long walks through unguarded forests teeming with bandits, wolves or worse. Groups of soldiers or mercenaries who see peasant women as free sport. You've heard the whispered tales of travellers never returning or returning broken. Even within your village, danger is everywhere. The Lord's men patrol the area, their boots pounding the dirt roads, their swords sheathed but always ready. You keep your eyes lowered as they pass. A wrong glance, a word taken the wrong way, or an accusation whispered by a neighbour could bring swift, violent consequences. The Lord himself rarely visits, but his power hangs over you like a storm cloud, present, unpredictable, and always dangerous. Your world is not built for comfort. It is not built for safety. It is not built for you. And still, you wake each day and step into it again, carrying water, tending children, preparing food, surviving. Not because you are strong, but because you have no other choice. Because this is existence. This is your environment. This is your life. As the seasons shift, so does your world, but never for the better. Each season simply offers its own unique version of misery. And for a medieval woman, you adapt to all of them because you have no other option. Winter arrives like an uninvited guest, bitter, cruel, and impossible to ignore. The cold seeps into your bones long before the snow arrives. Your hut offers no real defence against the temperature. The wattle and daub walls leak cold air through every tiny crevice. The thatched roof sags under the weight of accumulating snow, creaking ominously with each new flurry, while icicles grow like glass daggers along the eaves. Your children huddle beneath the same few threadbare wool blankets you've used for years, their small bodies pressed tightly together for warmth. Their breath forms little puffs of mist in the dim light, and you cover their heads to keep in whatever warmth remains. There is no fireplace, no chimney. The hearth is little more than a shallow pit of smouldering embers in the centre of the hut. The smoke has nowhere to go but up, swirling and settling in thick layers along the low ceiling beams before slowly curling back down into your lungs. You cough constantly, a deep, rattling sound that you try to muffle so the children won't wake. Gathering firewood in the winter months becomes a desperate, dangerous task. The forest is forbidding, and the Lord's men patrol it constantly. Collecting even fallen branches is a risk. The law is simple. The trees belong to the Lord, and taking them without permission is theft. The punishment varies. A fine if you're lucky, imprisonment, or public flogging if you're not. But what choice do you have? Without fuel, you will all freeze. Sometimes on the harshest nights, you bring the animals inside the hut for added warmth. The cow lies near the door, its breath heavy and moist, mixing with the stale human air. Chickens roost along beams, clucking softly as they sleep. The pigs grunt quietly in the corner, pressed against each other. The smell is overwhelming, a thick, pungent cocktail of sweat, manure, smoke, and rot. But you no longer flinch at it. The stink of survival is simply part of your existence. Water freezes solid overnight, turning the morning task of drawing it into a battle against the elements. You break the ice, your hands raw and bleeding from the cold, your fingernails cracked. Your feet are numb inside their thin, crude leather shoes, patched so many times they barely hold together. Socks are a luxury. You wrap strips of cloth around your feet instead, but they quickly grow damp, making frostbite a constant threat. Your fingers swell and stiffen as chilblains bloom across your knuckles. Angry red patches that sting and split open into weeping sores. You rub them with whatever animal fat you can spare, but the relief is temporary. Infection is always waiting, lurking behind every cracked blister. A single cut, left untreated, can turn septic and kill you within days. At night, you lie awake listening to the howling wind and wonder whether the roof will hold another night. Whether the children will survive the week, whether you will. The fear is a permanent undercurrent, humming just beneath the surface of your exhaustion. When spring finally arrives, it does not bring relief, only a new type of struggle. The snow melts into thick, sucking mud, turning the village pathways into trenches of filth. The melting reveals everything winter tried to hide: bloated animal carcasses, collapsed roofs, burst barrels of spoiled grain, and the long dead bodies of those who didn't survive the cold. The ground oozes sickness as waste and rot seep into the water supply. Your children grow ill easily in the spring. Fevers bloom like weeds, accompanied by diarrhea that weakens them faster than you can feed them. You boil water for them whenever possible, but the fuel runs low after the long winter. When the babies cry for milk, you offer them weak, watery pottage instead. Your own milk dried up months ago. You're pregnant again anyway. The livestock fare little better. Cows birth sickly calves, and several of your chickens don't survive the wet chill. The pigs root through the muck for scraps, growing thinner each week. A single diseased animal could wipe out what little you have left to feed the family. When the first rains arrive, the roof leaks mercilessly. Water drips onto your sleeping children at night, pooling in the low spots on the floor. You try to patch the holes with bundles of straw, but it's never enough. The damp never leaves the air. Your lungs wheeze and rattle with the weight of it. And still, your work never stops. With spring comes planting season. You trudge into the fields alongside your husband, dragging crude wooden ploughs behind emaciated oxen too weak from the winter to pull easily. Your own hands blister as you work, gripping rough handles for hours as the cold, wet soil clings to your feet. You plant seeds by hand: wheat, barley, turnips, praying that the rains will nourish them without flooding them entirely. Every year brings the same gamble. Will the harvest be enough? Will disease strike the crops? Will pests devour your meagre stores before you can even bring them inside? You have no control. The land decides, and the land is never merciful. Insects swarm as the weather warms. Gnats, flies, midges, mosquitoes. Their endless buzzing driving you to madness as you work. They bite your exposed skin, raising welts that itch and bleed. The flies lay eggs in any open wound, turning even minor injuries into festering nests of maggots if left unattended. By summer, the heat becomes unbearable. The hut transforms into a stifling oven beneath the relentless sun. Sweat soaks your shift within minutes of waking. There is no escape from it. The air grows thick and stagnant inside, and stepping outside offers no reprieve. The flies multiplied tenfold, swarming your face and children, feeding on any exposed skin. You swat at them constantly, but know it's a losing battle. Food spoils quickly in the heat. There are no cellars deep enough, no ice houses to preserve what little you manage to collect. Meat turns rancid within hours if not salted or smoked immediately. Luxuries you often cannot afford. Milk sours almost instantly, curdling into clumps of curdled yellow that you try to turn into cheese, though even that process sometimes fails. The children develop rashes beneath the heat, angry red welts spreading across their bellies and thighs where the sweat gathers beneath their clothes. You try to soothe them with salves made from herbs, but you know they offer little actual relief. Some of the rashes fester into open sores. Flies gather at the edges of the wounds. The fields demand your labour despite the heat. You bend beneath the sun's brutal glare for hours, pulling weeds, swatting flies, and praying your unborn child doesn't turn inside you under the strain. The sweat stings your eyes, but you keep working. By the time autumn arrives, you're already exhausted. But harvest season allows no rest. You work from dawn to dusk, reaping what the land allows you to take. The men cut the grain with scythes, while you gather it into bundles and haul them back to the barns. Your body screams beneath the effort, your back seizing, your joints throbbing, your breath short beneath the weight of the harvest. There's never enough. Even in good years, there's never enough. The Lord takes his share first. The largest and best portion of every harvest belongs to him, collected by his tax collectors, with little concern for your family's needs. The church takes its tithe next, reminding you that withholding from God would bring divine punishment upon your crops next season. What remains? The poorest grain, the damaged vegetables, the scraps, are what you and your children will live on through the winter. You store what little you can inside the hut, stacking sacks of grain high against the walls, hoping the rats won't eat through them before you do. You trap rats when you can, adding their meat to stews when desperate. Hunger turns you creative. You mix acorns into your flour, boil weeds into soups, chew on leather when the hunger gnaws too sharply. And yet, despite the back-breaking work, despite the never-ending cycle of cold, hunger, sickness and fear, you stay, you survive. Because leaving isn't an option. Because there is nowhere to go. Your environment is not simply where you live. It is what you survive. As autumn fades, you feel the same creeping dread that returns every year. The unspoken knowledge that winter is coming again, and you're never truly ready for it. The stores of food you manage to gather sit piled in the corner of your one-room hut. Sacks of barley and rye, bundles of dried herbs, a few smoked cuts of meat hanging from the rafters, and root vegetables buried beneath layers of straw to keep them from freezing. But you know, painfully, intimately, that it won't be enough. It's never enough. The winter stretches longer than you hope, and the food always runs out before the cold does. You ration carefully, thin soups, smaller portions for yourself, slightly larger ones for the children, barely enough to keep them alive. Every day you do math in your head. How many mouths, how many sacks, how many weeks left until spring. You eat less than everyone else, shrinking steadily beneath your rough woolen dress, your bones more pronounced each season, your skin drawn tight across your face like worn leather. The hunger changes your body, but more than that, it changes your mind. You stop feeling full. You forget what real satisfaction feels like. Hunger becomes the background music of your days. A low, constant gnawing in your belly that you learn to live with, like the damp cold or the itch of lice. And when the food runs dangerously low, you become creative in ways that make you ashamed to remember later. You gather weeds and boil them into bitter, nearly inedible stews. You grind acorns into powder, mixing them into your dwindling flour to stretch your bread further, knowing full well that too much can cause sickness. You catch and eat rats, boiling them with turnips and pretending not to notice the small bones floating in the broth. Sometimes you chew on leather straps, softened in boiling water, just to trick your stomach into thinking it's being fed. When your children cry from hunger at night, you hold them close and whisper meaningless reassurances while staring at the ceiling, your own stomach twisting with emptiness. The hunger grows sharpest toward the end of winter, what people quietly call starving time. This is when sickness comes swiftly, taking the weakest first. Infants, the elderly, the already thin or ill. You bury neighbours, friends, and sometimes your own children in hastily dug graves, the frozen ground resisting your shovels with every thrust. You never cry when you bury them, not because you don't feel it, but because you simply don't have the strength left to waste. The villagers who survive are visibly smaller by spring, thin, pale, brittle. But somehow the cycle continues. The survivors plant new seeds, the sun returns, and so does the work. But even in the rare seasons when the harvest is kinder, your existence remains harsh. Because survival isn't only about food, it's about the many invisible threats that live alongside you. The parasites never leave. Fleas, lice, and bedbugs thrive in the perpetual filth of your home. You scratch at your scalp constantly, sometimes so hard that small sores form behind your ears. And the children scratch too, their thin fingers leaving bloody marks along their arms and necks. Bedbugs crawl in the seams of the straw mattresses at night, their bites leaving angry welts along your legs and back. Worms infest your guts, stealing what little nutrition you manage to consume. You know they're there. You see them in your waste when you relieve yourself in the wooden bucket outside. There's no cure. You live with them as you live with everything else. Constantly, silently. Diseases move through your village like invisible wolves, stalking everyone with equal cruelty. A simple cough grows into a fever into sweats, the sweats into seizures, vomiting, delirium. You've watched people you know slip into death within days of first symptoms, their bodies twisted and wasted. Sometimes entire families fall one after another, their hut standing silent and empty by the week's end. The children especially are vulnerable. Every time one of yours develops a fever or diarrhea, you steel yourself for the possibility that they won't see another sunrise. You know too many mothers who have outlived their babies. You have already buried some of your own. And then there's childbirth, the threat that shadows you your entire life. Every pregnancy feels like walking a narrow bridge over a bottomless chasm, one misstep away from being swallowed whole. The village midwife helps as best she can, but there are no trained physicians here, no knowledge of bacteria, no sterilised tools. She works with her hands, her prayers, and whatever herbs she has gathered. Sometimes the baby comes easily. More often, it does not. You've watched other women scream through days of labour, their bodies breaking under the strain. You've seen the terror in their eyes as the baby becomes stuck, the blood flows too freely, or the child is born still and silent. You've seen midwives forced to choose between saving the mother or the child, with no guarantee of saving either. You've seen mothers carried out the next morning, wrapped in linens, their babies placed in tiny wooden boxes beside them. The memory of your first labour still haunts you. The long hours of pain, the growing dread as the midwife whispered to your husband in the corner. The moment when you wondered if you were already dying before your baby finally emerged, screaming into the cold night. You survived that time, but you know you may not next time. Even after surviving birth, danger remains. Infections settle into torn flesh. Fevers rise. The church calls them childbed fevers, God's mysterious will. But you've seen too many strong women burn with fever and waste away days after giving birth. You pray with every labour that you won't join them. Outside the home, the dangers are different, but just as sharp. The men who patrol the Lord's land watch everything. You avoid their gaze as you walk the roads. A peasant woman alone is always vulnerable, not only to punishment, but to other forms of abuse that everyone pretends not to see. If you accuse a soldier of forcing himself on you, no one will listen. It is your word against his, and your word carries no weight. You know women who have been taken in the fields, in the woods, behind the barns, and then blamed for inviting sin upon themselves. If you resist too loudly, you risk something worse, an accusation of witchcraft. It doesn't take much to be called a witch. A difficult labour survived, a neighbour's cow dying, an argument with your husband overheard, even being seen gathering herbs for medicine. Something every woman does can be twisted into accusations, and once accused, there's no defence. They will test you with trials designed to kill you either way. Dunking, burning, cutting. If you die, you are innocent. If you survive, you are guilty. You've seen it happen. You've seen the flames. You've heard the screams. The worst part isn't just the punishment. It's the fact that often it's other women who whisper the accusations, driven by fear, jealousy, or the desperate need to protect themselves by offering someone else as a sacrifice. The men hold the power, but the women help enforce it, because fear turns everyone into potential enemies, and so you remain silent, you remain obedient, you remain invisible, because invisibility is safety. At night, as you lie awake on your damp straw mattress, listening to your husband snore and the children whimper in their sleep, you sometimes allow your mind to drift for a moment. You imagine a world where women are not property, where you could read and write, where your body belonged to you alone, where pain was not a daily certainty, where labour was not a death sentence. But then the wind rattles the loose boards of your hut. The baby stirs and begins to cry, and reality pulls you back. Tomorrow will come, the work will continue, and you will endure. Because in your world, there is no alternative. As you move through the years, your environment doesn't simply press against you. It consumes you. It seeps into every pore, every breath, every thought, until you forget there could ever be another way to live. This is not some temporary hardship. This is existence. And for a medieval woman, existence itself is a battlefield you never chose, but must endlessly endure. The very ground beneath your feet reminds you of your station daily. You do not own the soil you work. Every furrow you plough, every seed you plant, every sheaf you reap belongs first to the Lord, then to the church, and only lastly to your own starving family. You are quite literally a tenant in a world you keep alive for others. The Lord's manor sits on higher ground, just close enough that you can see the stone towers looming over your village, a permanent reminder of the hierarchy carved into every breath of your life. His fields are larger, better maintained, free of weeds, guarded carefully by armed men who never look hungry. His granaries are full, his livestock fat and well fed, even when your own children gnaw on dry crusts of bread, so hard you must soak them in water before their teeth can manage. You do not enter the manor unless summoned, and you pray never to be summoned. Because when women are summoned to the manor, the outcomes rarely favour them. The manor's stone walls offer protection from raiders, bandits, and neighbouring lords, but only for the noble family and their chosen few. When trouble comes to your village, and it always does, the peasants fend for themselves. You've heard the distant horns more than once. Bandits approaching, soldiers marching, a nearby skirmish breaking into full conflict. You grab your children and flee to the woods, praying the fighting passes your home untouched. When you return, you may find your livestock stolen, your roof burned, your food taken. But you call yourself lucky if no one lies dead in the dirt. There is no peace. There is only survival between disasters. The seasons dictate the rhythm of your body, and not in the way poets imagine. Spring breaks your back with planting. Summer boils you alive in the fields. Autumn steals your sleep with endless harvest labour. Winter gnaws at your bones until you wonder if you can wake again come morning. And layered upon it all, like an invisible fog, is the constant oppressive filth. Because medieval filth is not an accident. It's engineered into the very structure of your daily existence. Your waste is dumped into the streets, out the window, into trenches, into rivers. Chamber pots overflow in the corners of homes. Human and animal waste flow together through the village's narrow pathways, mixing into a kind of thick, oozing soup you wade through daily. Rain turns streets into rivers of feces and mud. Drought bakes it into a hard, cracked crust that crumbles into dust and rises in clouds you breathe with every step. You pretend not to notice the swarms of rats that skitter along the edges of the huts, their tiny black eyes glinting in the torchlight. They slip beneath doors, into pantries, into your very bed at times. You've heard of people bitten in their sleep. You've seen children waste away from fevers that follow the bites. Some say rats are harmless. Others whisper of something darker, a sickness the rats carry, spreading through towns like wildfire. That sickness has already arrived in neighbouring villages. They call it plague. You know what happens when it reaches yours? The bells toll endlessly as carts carry away bodies, entire families dead within days. The blackened boils, the bloody coughs, the stench of death wafting through every corner of every hut. The priests shout prayers in the streets while people drop where they stand. The graveyards fill too fast. Some are buried in mass pits outside town, unmarked, unmourned, wrapped in whatever cloth remained unstained by their own blood. And through it all, the church continues to ring its bells, to remind you to pray, to remind you to confess, to remind you of your place. The church tower is your village's centre, spiritually, politically, and socially. It governs every moment of your life. The bells mark the hours of prayer, the feast days, the fast days, the days you may eat meat, the days you must starve. The priest speaks for God, and what the priest says, you obey. As a woman, you sit in the back rows during Mass, head bowed, hair covered, eyes lowered. You do not question. You do not interrupt. Your job is to listen, to confess, and to suffer in humble silence. The priest reminds you that Eve's sin cursed your sex, that every pain you endure, every childbirth, every beating, every moment of exhaustion is your rightful punishment. When your body grows tired from constant labour and too many pregnancies, when your back bends permanently forward from carrying water, firewood, and children for decades, when your teeth loosen and fall from your mouth before your 40th year, the priest calls this the will of God, and you nod. Because to question it would be heresy. You've seen what happens to heretics. You've seen the flames. You've smelled the burning. The fear never fully leaves you. You fear your husband's temper. You fear the midwife's sideways glances. You fear your neighbour's jealous whispers. You fear the soldier's roaming eyes. You fear the priest's quiet judgment. You fear the Lord's demands. You fear illness. You fear childbirth. You fear starvation. You fear accusations. You fear the night. But even more than all these, you fear becoming invisible. Because invisibility, for a medieval woman, means you've slipped entirely beyond usefulness. Too old to bear children. Too weak to work the fields. Too slow to keep up with the washing, the mending, the cooking, the hauling. When that time comes, and you know it always comes, your place in the village grows smaller each day, until you are little more than a shadow hunched by the fire. The younger women call you Old Mother, with both pity and dread. They see their own futures reflected in your bent frame and hollowed cheeks. And yet, even then, you work. You sew, you scrape, you carry, you whisper prayers under your breath while your knotted fingers mend torn cloth by dying candlelight. Because work is the only thing tethering you to survival. In this environment, there is no retirement, there is only death. And death is never far, never merciful, never predictable. The cycle never breaks, the work never ends, the environment never changes. You live in the dirt, you give birth in the dirt, you bury your children in the dirt, and eventually you will return to the dirt yourself. Because in medieval Europe, as a woman, your environment is not simply where you live, it's what consumes you. If you thought the environment was cruel, wait until you meet your real master, labour. As a medieval woman, work is not simply a duty. It's not something you clock into and escape at day's end. It's not a role. It's the air you breathe. The constant hum beneath every moment of your waking life. And often, even while you sleep. Your body isn't just tired. It belongs to exhaustion itself. You rise before the sun, not because you're ambitious, but because you have no choice. Dawn is not a beginning, it's a continuation. The fire is long dead when you wake. The first job is always to get it burning again, carefully nursing embers back to life with trembling breath, adding bits of straw, small kindling, praying the larger logs catch before the cold bites your hands numb. There's no flint, no matches, no shortcut. If you fail to light the fire, there is no breakfast, there is no warmth, there is no boiling of water. There is only cold, hunger, and sickness waiting to take your children before midday. Once the fire's alive, your day properly begins, and it doesn't stop again until you fall into a brief, brittle sleep many hours later. You haul water next. Buckets, heavy before they're even full, swinging from your shoulders as you trudge the same dirt path you've walked every day for years. Your back protests with every step. Your arms ache. Your knees wobble. But you don't slow down. The baby stirs on your back, lashed to you with worn cloth, whimpering softly in its sleep. The water is filthy. You know this. You've seen animals drink upstream. You've seen neighbours dumping chamber pots into it without a second thought. And yet, you drink it. You cook with it. You clean with it. Because it's all there is. Back home, you prepare the day's first meal, if you can call it that. The grain sack is lighter than you hoped, its contents reduced to a meagre scraping of coarse rye flour. You mix it with hot water to form a kind of paste that you call porridge, out of politeness. The children eat first. They always eat first. Their thin arms shovel the grey slop into their mouths with desperate speed while you sip weak, sour ale in silence, hoping the water in it has boiled long enough to spare you illness. You eat last, licking the sides of the wooden pot, scraping every crust of dried grain from the rim. Hunger has trained you not to notice the emptiness in your stomach. The ache is constant, familiar, almost comfortable. And then the real work begins. You start with the washing, not your own body. That would be indulgent. But the endless cycle of clothing that accumulates filth at a pace your hands can barely keep up with. You soak garments in a wooden tub of water, scrubbing with sand, ashes, or whatever weak soap you can barter from the tallow maker. Your fingers grow red and raw from the cold water, from the lye, from the friction. Your nails crack and bleed, but you keep scrubbing because lice thrive in unwashed garments, and lice bring sickness. After washing comes mending. Every garment must be repaired until the fabric simply ceases to exist. You patch the knees of your husband's breeches again, the elbows of the children's shifts, the hems of your own dress, which drags in the dirt daily and tears on every rock and root. Thread is precious, and needles more so. Handmade, brittle, easily lost or broken. Next comes food preparation, and not the kind anyone would envy. You butcher whatever small animals you've managed to keep alive or barter for. A scrawny chicken, an underfed rabbit, a pigeon caught by the children. You pluck feathers, slice skin, gut carcasses, and boil bones down to mush. Every part is used, even the organs, even the feet. When meat is not available, which is most days, you gather roots, wild greens, and whatever else the earth begrudgingly offers. Turnips again, always turnips. You boil them into flavourless stews, thickening with grain husks, adding old, mouldy bread when you have it. Occasionally, you find wild herbs or onions to dull the monotony, but mostly you chew through the same bitter paste day after day, praying for the rare luxury of salt. After cooking comes spinning. You gather flax and wool, carding them by hand, fingers pinched raw as you separate fibres into something resembling thread. Then you spin it, sitting for hours at the wheel, legs cramping beneath you, shoulders knotted from leaning. The thread you produce will be traded, sold, or woven into fabric that you will in turn spend even more hours sewing into clothing. When the sun rises higher, field work begins. You don't get to stay in the hut while your husband toils. No, you're out there beside him. You dig, you sow, you pull weeds. You haul basket of stone-heavy earth. The wooden hoe you use splinters your palms. The sun scorches the top of your head, but you dare not remove your scarf, lest anyone accuse you of immodesty. Your labour isn't seasonal, it's year-round. In spring you plant, in summer you tend, in autumn you harvest, in winter you repair and survive. Even pregnancy doesn't exempt you. You work while heavy with child, belly straining beneath your tunic, your swollen ankles sinking into mud as you shuffle behind the oxen. You've given birth standing in the fields before, barely able to make it back home before the baby slipped into your hands. When the baby comes, there's no maternity leave, no gentle recovery. The next day, you're back at the wheel, the wash basin, the fields. You lash the newborn to your chest and continue working as though your insides aren't still raw and bleeding. Childcare? That's your full-time unpaid side job. You feed them, wash them, clothe them, scold them, soothe them, protect them, while doing everything else. There's no help, no nannies, no breaks. If your husband notices you struggling, he simply tells you to work harder, or prays for your patience, or corrects your laziness with a heavy hand. When illness strikes one of your children, and it always does, you become both nurse and undertaker. You crush herbs, pray over fevers, bind weeping sores with cloths boiled in vinegar. And when they fail to recover, you prepare their bodies yourself. You wash them one final time. You wrap them in your only spare linen. You carry them to the priest. You bury them with your own hands. Even the act of keeping your home from collapsing is labour. The thatch roof leaks constantly. You patch holes with new straw, climbing unsteady ladders while balancing bundles on your shoulders. The walls sag with rain and rot. You slap on fresh mud and straw, mixing it yourself with your bare feet. The floor shifts beneath you, part dirt, part waste, part the remains of many long winters. When storms roll through, you drag what livestock you can afford to keep into your hut, filling the air with even more animal stench. The pig grunts at your feet while you cook, while the cow's breath warms the hut slightly in the dead of night. Not enough to matter, but enough to fog your breath less thickly. Even leisure is labour. Religious feast days bring long church services, mandatory fasting, complex cooking for the Lord's demands, and extra hours spinning and sewing while the men gather to drink and argue politics you'll never be allowed to influence. You don't rest, you don't stop, you don't complain. Because rest is not an option. Because stopping means something else doesn't get done. Because complaints invite judgment. From your husband, your neighbours, your priest. Labour is not just your role, it's your identity. You're a wife, you're a mother, you're a cook, seamstress, farmer, midwife, laundress, carpenter, butcher, healer, wet nurse, teacher, animal keeper, fire builder, and grave digger. You are everything, and yet you are called nothing but woman. And in this world, woman means worker, endlessly, silently, invisibly. Even when you close your eyes at night, your labour doesn't end. Your mind keeps working, calculating, organising, planning. You lie awake long after your husband snores himself into drunken oblivion, running silent lists through your head. Which child needs mending? Which store of grain is low? How long will the salted pork last? Will the roof hold through the next storm? How many strips of linen remain if another child takes fever? Can you barter extra eggs for more firewood? Or will you have to chant the Lord's forest again? You don't sleep, you strategize, because failure means suffering, suffering means death. When dawn comes, your body is already ahead of the sun, rising before light even leaks into the thatched holes above your bed. Every movement is stiff. Your joints crack and protest. Your back arches sharply from years of constant bending. Your hands, permanently swollen and calloused, ache before you even lift your first bucket. The skin on your knuckles stays cracked, bleeding easily in winter, stinging constantly as you knead dough or stir boiling stews. The first sounds you hear every morning are always the same. Babies crying for food, children coughing from the endless damp, the dull thud of your husband's boots as he stomps toward the fields. And underneath it all, your own breathing, steady but shallow, weighted by exhaustion you no longer have the energy to feel. Your body no longer belongs to you. It belongs to work. Even pregnancy, the one thing you are praised for, brings no relief. If anything, it only increases your labour. You continue hauling water with swollen ankles and a belly growing heavy and tight. You kneel to scrub laundry while your lower back screams. You carry toddlers while balancing heavy baskets of grain. And when the labour pains finally arrive, you do not stop working. Not until the contractions make it physically impossible to stand. Your neighbours might assist you during birth, but even then they watch closely. Because every birth is a gamble, not only of life and death, but of reputation. A birth gone wrong invites whispers of curses, of improper prayers, of sin. If the baby is stillborn or malformed, some will mutter that your faith was lacking, that you brought this upon yourself. And when the child arrives, breathing or not, you barely rest. By the next sunrise, you're expected to rise too. The infant is swaddled and lashed to your body while you return to your duties. Nursing while spinning, nursing while cooking, nursing while pulling weeds in the field. Your arms cramp from holding the child close, while your body fights to produce milk despite your own malnutrition. You eat last. You sleep little. You carry the weight of both your body and your family at all times. The children who survive infancy, and not all do, are quickly folded into your labour force. At 5, they fetch small buckets of water. At 6, they help gather kindling. By 8, they assist with planting and weeding. And by 10, they are nearly full-time labourers. Small adults assigned full adult tasks. You train them carefully, not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. Because if they cannot contribute, the family does not survive. You teach your daughters how to spin and sew long before their bodies catch up with their hands. You show them how to knead dough, how to bind a bleeding finger, how to scrub a pot clean with handfuls of wet sand when soap runs out. You pass down every trick your own mother whispered to you, because these tricks are the only shield you can offer them against the unrelenting world ahead. You teach your sons how to slaughter chickens and set snares, how to patch holes in the roof, how to carry heavy loads of wood without snapping their brittle young spines. Because you know one day they'll be expected to work themselves into early graves alongside their father. And yet, despite how much they learn, you know your daughters carry a heavier weight. Because like you, they will become labourers of a different kind. When your eldest daughter reaches her first blood, the labour of her body shifts sharply. She becomes watched, evaluated, weighed like livestock by neighbouring men who size up her hips, her teeth, her eyes. The matchmaking begins, not with her consent, but over conversations between fathers and uncles, bartered like sacks of grain. And once married, her labour will double, because she will take your place as you took your mother's. The younger girls watch silently, already understanding their futures. They know. Even without being told, they know. And while your children labour, you continue working alongside them, because teaching is labour too. Every chore takes twice as long when you guide a child's clumsy fingers. Every simple task becomes an act of patience as you train them carefully, knowing that mistakes can lead to injury, or worse, accusations of laziness, because laziness, in your world, is a crime, one that carries a social death sentence. The village watches each woman closely. They notice which wives complete their work first, which mothers keep their children fed and clothed despite bad harvests, which wives rise before the others and keep their homes clean even during sickness. Falling behind invites gossip. Gossip leads to rumours. Rumours lead to accusations. Your labour is not only physical, it is performative. It is survival through visibility. You labour to be seen doing everything, even when your bones scream for rest. Because if you are not seen working hard enough, you are accused of not working at all. Even your moments of supposed rest are labour. You sit spinning wool while your husband drinks at the tavern. You knead bread while neighbours gather to share news. You repair clothing late into the night while children sleep. You're always moving, always occupied. Because stillness for a woman is suspicious, the church reinforces your labour at every turn. The priest preaches that women were made for toil, that Eve's sin doomed you to sweat and bleed in penance for eternity. You are taught to bear suffering silently, for God sees your struggle, and your obedience will earn you reward after death. But you cannot afford to think about the afterlife. You are too busy surviving this one. Every day becomes a blur of repetition: cooking, hauling, mending, nursing, tending, scrubbing, planting, spinning, repairing, serving, enduring. Each task blends into the next until years pass like a single, long, grey afternoon. You barely mark the passage of time. You do not celebrate birthdays. You do not count anniversaries. You do not plan for futures. You measure life by harvests, by pregnancies, by deaths. When a neighbour dies, you nod politely and return to your work, because their death means more labour, preparing the grave, cooking for mourners, helping with surviving children. Death is not an interruption. It's another task to be managed. Your world never offers reprieve. Only new forms of labour. Only new versions of the same endless work. And as you grow older, as your joints seize and your eyesight fades, the work does not soften. There is no retirement. There is no rest. The weight of the world stays on your shoulders until your body physically collapses, either into sickness, into death, or into slow, bitter decay. Because labour, for a medieval woman, is not a season of life. It is life. There are moments, small, brief flashes, where you almost forget how much you hurt. Not because the pain goes away, but because it becomes so familiar that it dissolves into the fabric of your days. Pain is no longer something that happens to you. It is simply part of you. Your feet burn constantly from walking barefoot over rough ground, even in thin leather shoes that barely protect you from the sharp stones and frozen mud beneath. Your arches have long since fallen. Your toes curl unnaturally, each joint thick and stiff with early arthritis. You wince less, but only because wincing wastes energy you no longer have. Your back, permanently bent, throbs from years of hauling water, carrying baskets, and leaning over wash tubs. The sharp, stabbing pain in your lower spine flares each time you lift your children or chop firewood or bend to gather kindling. It never fully fades, even when you lie down at night, eyes open, staring at the rough ceiling beams. Your hands betray you the most. The skin is hardened and cracked, covered in tiny cuts that scab and reopen daily. Your fingers are gnarled, the knuckles swollen like knots in old rope. The work of spinning, scrubbing, and stitching demands precision, but your fingers tremble now. You hold your needle tighter to keep from dropping it, even though gripping it so firmly sends waves of pain through your wrist and up your arm. But you don't stop. You can't. The village expects your labour, not your comfort. And so, you keep working. There is no such thing as pacing yourself. If the work exists, it must be done immediately. The wash must be finished before it rains. The grain must be milled before the rats get to it. The children must be fed before they cry themselves sick. The livestock must be tended before they weaken. The fire must be kept burning before the hut freezes. Everything is urgent. And every task comes layered with hidden dangers. The simple act of hauling water risks slipping on the frozen path and breaking your leg, an injury that in your world might as well be a death sentence. A cut while butchering could turn septic, the infection rising up your arm until fever overtakes you. An improperly stored barrel of grain could breed mould, poisoning your entire family slowly as you unknowingly bake tainted bread. Even cooking carries danger. Boiling stew over an open flame means risking burns. The rough, splintered handles of your iron pots leave blisters and cuts. The constant exposure to smoke leaves your lungs raw. You cough, you wheeze, you struggle for breath in the night while your chest feels heavy, like rocks stacked beneath your ribs. Yet every meal you prepare still feels like a victory. Not because it tastes good, it rarely does, but because it's there. Because your family eats. Because for one more night, they do not starve. You scrape together every available ingredient with desperate ingenuity. Dried beans boiled to mush, wild greens gathered at the forest edge, occasional scraps of salted fish or meat stretched into watery stews, thickened with stale bread or oat husks. You cut away mouldy portions and pretend the sourness in your mouth is intentional. You tell your children the bitterness is healthy. You lie, because the truth is crueler. The smallest failures spiral into crisis. If the bread dough rises poorly, it wastes your last handful of flour. If the turnip crop spoils early, you may not last the winter. If a goat sickens, you lose both milk and future meat. If a frost arrives unexpectedly, entire weeks of labour vanish overnight. You calculate these risks every hour. Every choice is survival math. And over all of this hangs the relentless, unpaid labour of obedience. Your husband expects much of you. His demands are not simply for food and warmth, but for silence, for deference, for a respect that requires you to bite your tongue even when you know better. If he strikes you, which happens more often than it should, you do not cry out. You lower your gaze. You apologise. Because the church tells you that wives must submit. That correction is righteous. That discipline is love. You tell yourself it could be worse. And it can always be worse. You've seen husbands who beat their wives into unconsciousness. You've seen neighbours locked out in the snow, barefoot and bleeding, until they collapse from exhaustion. You've seen children taken from their mothers as punishment, handed to relatives or lords as labourers or servants, because their fathers grew tired of hearing them cry. You've heard women screaming in the night, the sounds cut short by sudden silence. There are no laws to protect you. No advocates to defend you. No rights you can claim. Only more work, always more work. Even your moments of supposed joy are labour. You attend weddings not to celebrate, but to cook for days beforehand. Baking flatbreads, roasting pigs, preparing stews in massive cauldrons while your hands burn from hot oil and sharp knives. You clean the village church before baptisms, scrubbing stone floors with stiff brushes and vinegar while your knees grow raw beneath you. You help deliver babies under flickering candlelight, hands slick with blood and sweat, holding terrified mothers as they scream themselves hoarse. When a neighbour dies, you clean their body. When a child falls ill, you grind herbs late into the night. When the village prepares for feast days, you sew banners, mend priests' robes, and prepare endless loaves of bread while fasting yourself. And through it all, you pretend gratitude, because the alternative is dangerous. Women who complain are branded discontented. Women who tire are called lazy. Women who cry too loudly are called witches. Women who speak out too much simply vanish. So you smile, you nod. You bow your head during Mass and whisper quiet prayers that sound like gratitude but feel like surrender. Your labour is not just physical. It is mental. It is emotional. It is spiritual. You carry the weight of your family's survival while carrying the weight of your own unspoken despair. And as the years roll on, your labour steals not just your body but your identity. Your youth disappears early. By 30, your hair is threaded with grey, your teeth loosen, your skin cracks like old leather. By 40, you are called Old Mother, regardless of how many years remain in your bones. The other women, your daughters-in-law, take on the heavier tasks while you move slower. Your back too bent for hauling, your knees too stiff for kneeling. But still you work. You tend infants while the younger women harvest. You mend clothes while they gather grain. You watch over fires while they carry water. You tell yourself this is rest, but it isn't. It's simply a softer kind of exhaustion. A final season of labour before you crumble completely. And when you finally cannot rise one morning, when your body betrays you for the last time, when the cough no longer fades, and your skin grows cold even beneath thick wool blankets, you know your replacement is ready. One of your daughters has already begun the same endless work. Her body bends as yours did. Her hands bleed as yours did. Her breath fogs in the same cold dawn as yours once did. And the cycle begins again. Because for women in this world, labour is not something you do. It is what you are. There comes a point when your labour becomes so much a part of you that you forget anything else ever existed. You no longer remember what it feels like to wake without dread. You no longer remember what your body felt like before it ached. You no longer remember being a girl, because that girl is gone. She was worked out of you long ago. You feel it most in winter, when the days shrink down to mere scraps of grey light. When you move from chore to chore by instincts, almost unaware of your own body anymore. When you sit at the spinning wheel at night, your fingers stiff with cold, the oil lamp flickering weakly, and your eyes blur until the thread in your hand looks like strands of spider silk dancing against a black void. You forget what day it is, what season you're in. Time becomes circular. There's no Monday, no holiday, no weekend, only light and dark, only work, and sleep, and even sleep is treacherous. Because sleep no longer restores you. It taunts you. Your dreams are not peaceful escapes. They are haunted by the things you fear while awake. Dead children, broken harvests, sickness creeping into your hut like smoke through the rafters, your husband's voice raised in anger, the priest's voice warning of sin. Your daughter's face pale as fever steals her breath. You wake breathless, sweating, heart pounding, and roll over into the same cold reality waiting for you every morning. Your mind has grown brittle. It is a tool you've sharpened for survival, but dulled for anything else. You no longer think in years or hopes or what-ifs. You think in tasks. How much wood remains? How much grain is left? How many days until spring? How many children you still have? You no longer allow yourself to imagine escape, because imagining a different life is dangerous. Hope is dangerous. You've seen what happens to women who hope too loudly. You watched one neighbour dream too boldly, whispering that she would teach her daughters to read, that she would save enough coin to barter with merchants from the larger town, that perhaps one day she could open a small shop selling cloth and herbs. She dared to believe she might gain even a sliver of autonomy. A few seasons later, the whispers began. She knew too much about herbs. She read too many prayers aloud. She spoke too confidently to the priest. She made her husband feel small. You stood beside her when they dragged her into the village square. You watched the priest demand her confession. You heard the other women whisper to each other with eyes downcast, distancing themselves to protect their own daughters. And when they tied her to the post and lit the kindling, you stood silently like everyone else, gripping your daughter's hand tightly enough to leave bruises, because if you spoke, you would burn too. You tell yourself she was foolish, but you know she was simply hopeful. And in your world, hope is fuel for the fire. So you keep your thoughts small, manageable. Not, will my daughters have better lives? But rather, will my daughter survive this winter? Not, will I live to old age? But rather, will I wake up tomorrow? Not, what if things change? But rather, what must I do today? Your emotions shrink too. Laughter becomes rare. A tight smile over a small joke whispered while shelling beans, quickly smothered before anyone hears. Tears become rationed like everything else, saved only for the graveside, where they are expected. Even anger fades, not because you lack reason, but because you lack room. Anger requires energy. Anger requires a belief that someone is listening. But no one is listening. Not the men, not the church, not even God. You've pleaded with him enough. During your children's fevers, during your miscarriages, during your husband's rages, during the nights you lay awake clutching your swollen stomach in pain, whispering desperate prayers to saints whose names blur together. And still the pain remains. Still the work remains. Still the world remains as it is. So your anger calcifies into resignation. You become expert at surviving disappointment, at lowering your expectations so far they cannot be hurt again. And when your body finally begins to give way, when the stiffness becomes permanent, when your fingers curl too tightly to thread needles anymore, when your teeth fall from your gums one by one, when your breath shortens with each winter's chill, you accept it not with fear, but with grim familiarity. This is simply the final stage of labour, because even dying is work here. The younger women begin to take your place in the field, but you still have your duties, rocking crying infants while their mothers pull weeds, mending worn clothes for the grandchildren, offering quiet guidance on how to stretch one turnip into 2 meals. Your hands tremble, but they still move. Your back bends, but you still rise. You are a monument of endurance, no longer expected to build, but never allowed to rest entirely. The others call you wise, but wisdom is just exhaustion, worn long enough that it looks like certainty. You tell them how to avoid the Lord's tax collectors, which herbs soothe which illnesses, how to hide small caches of grain beneath loose floorboards for the starving months. These are your gifts now, not freedom, not joy, but the quiet passing of survival knowledge to those still in the worst of the storm. And eventually, the day will come when you cannot rise at all. Your daughters will sit beside you, their hands now just as calloused, their eyes just as hollow. The priest will visit to offer his rites, reading Latin words neither you nor they understand. Your grandchildren will play outside, unaware that this is your final season. And when your breathing slows and your hands fall still, your passing will not be a grand moment. There will be no mourning procession, no marker carved in stone, no words written to remember you. The gravedigger will carve a shallow pit, and your body will return to the dirt, joining the countless women who laboured before you, who bent beneath this same endless weight, who held this same silent history inside their aching bones. Because in your world, labour is not something that ends, it simply outlives you. And when the dirt falls over your body, your labour, your lifetime of unrelenting, invisible, back-breaking work, will be absorbed back into the land you toiled. Quiet, forgotten, endless. In the medieval world, your position as a woman isn't simply beneath men, it's beneath everything. You are the lowest stone in a towering rotten wall called hierarchy, and that wall was built to crush you slowly. From the moment you were born, before your first breath even filled your lungs, your place in the world was already assigned, without your voice, without your consent, without hope of change. You belong to someone, always, from cradle to grave. First, you belong to your father, or whatever man stood as your legal guardian. He determined your worth, not as a person, but as an asset. Your existence increased his status only insofar as you could be traded. Your eventual marriage, your fertility, your obedience, these were the real currencies of your life. Your brothers would inherit land, animals, tools. You would inherit expectation. Expectation to marry well. Expectation to bear many children. Expectation to serve your husband as you served your father. Expectation to obey. You're not viewed as someone who is. You are viewed as someone who belongs. By your early teens, your body stops being yours. It becomes public property. Village men begin to glance at you differently, not with affection, not even really with desire, but with calculation. You are a future womb, a future worker, a future property transfer, an exchange of goats, grain, or silver. Your marriage is not a union, it is a negotiation. Your father meets with the father of your future husband while you sit in the corner, silent, pretending not to listen. They argue not over your happiness, but over your dowry. How much your body is worth in coin, livestock, or acres. You are quite literally appraised like livestock. Health, hips, hands, teeth, reputation. Your reputation, this fragile, invisible thing, is worth more than anything you will ever own. If a neighbour whispers you were too friendly with a boy, that you were seen alone with a man, that your dress was too loose, that your eyes lingered too long, it doesn't matter if it's true. Whispers are enough. Whispers stain. A girl with a sullied name has no value. No man will marry a woman who is not pure, and purity is not something you define. It's something others assign to you, usually without evidence, often without mercy. If no marriage can be arranged, you're a burden on your family, a mouth to feed, a failure to place, and a woman without a place becomes suspect. A woman who remains unmarried too long becomes dangerous. You've seen how quickly unmarried women become witches. But let's say the marriage goes through. You're handed over, exchanged like property, and now you belong to your husband. Legally, spiritually, physically, you are his. Your body is his. Your labour is his. Your children are his. Your identity, erased beneath his name, is his. And should he choose to discipline you, the law protects him, not you. Husbands are allowed to beat their wives into submission so long as the discipline is reasonable. What's reasonable? Whatever he says it is. If your eye swells shut, if your ribs crack beneath his boot, if you limp for days after his rage, you are reminded gently by neighbours and harshly by priests that this is God's design. You belong to your husband, but above him, you both belong to your Lord. The local Lord may never even know your name, but his presence saturates every part of your life. Your husband tills his land. Your children work his fields. Your animals graze his meadows. Your labour fills his granaries. And when tax season comes, it is your stores, your animals, your small, pathetic savings that fill his coffers. You see him only occasionally, riding through the village on a towering horse, dressed in bright wool and fur-lined cloaks, surrounded by armed men who laugh too loud and drink too much. You keep your head low when he passes. You never make eye contact. Your daughters lower their heads too, because even his glance can become a threat. There is an unspoken fear, one every mother carries secretly. If the Lord, or his men, take an interest in your daughter, there is no recourse. A nobleman's power is absolute, consent is optional. The law favours his pleasure. The priest will look away. The neighbours will look away. You will stay silent, because you must. At the very top of this cruel pyramid stands the king. But to you, he is less real than the moon. His decrees come filtered through layers of lords, knights, priests and collectors, until all you feel of him is the weight of the taxes you owe and the wars you send your sons to die in. You pray for him because the priest tells you to, but he will never know you existed. Beneath even this social structure is the church, hovering over your head at all times, pretending to offer comfort while tightening its grip on your neck. The priest controls your salvation. He hears your confessions. He dictates your penance. He determines whether your soul is saved or damned. And as a woman, the church reminds you that you were born cursed. Because of Eve. Because of the apple. Because of original sin. Your pain in childbirth, your submission to men, your lowly station in life, all of it is punishment inherited from the first woman. The church tells you this every Sunday. You repeat it back in whispered prayers. You teach it to your daughters. You believe it, because you have no choice. If you question too much, you invite suspicion. And a woman who questions becomes a woman accused. The church watches closely for those who step out of line. Women with sharp tongues. Women who heal too well. Women who read too much. Women who speak too freely. And if the accusation of heresy or witchcraft falls upon you, your humiliation shifts from quiet oppression into public spectacle. The trial will not be fair. The verdict will be decided long before you stand before your judges. The humiliation will be deliberate, violent, theatrical. You may be stripped, examined for devil's marks, birthmarks, scars. Any blemish will do. You may be dunked into freezing water. Sink, and you're innocent but dead. Float, and you're guilty. You may be pressed beneath weights or tied to stakes. and the village will gather to watch. Neighbours you once worked beside, women who whisper your name in fear as they clutch their own daughters tighter, men who nod quietly, relieved it's not their wives today. Your humiliation becomes their entertainment, because in this world your suffering isn't private, it's communal. Even in ordinary life, your humiliations are public performances. When your husband strikes you, it happens in the open. When your child dies, you bury them in front of the village. When your hunger grows too sharp, your neighbours see your ribs. When your clothes rot into rags, everyone sees the shame stitched into your seams. When your teeth rot and fall, your smile becomes another reminder of your poverty. When your husband takes another wife after you've grown old, you serve her at his table. Your humiliation is constant. You wear it like your only remaining dress. Thin, stained, impossible to remove. And through it all, you endure. Not because you are strong by choice, but because you were never allowed weakness. Because even your humiliation is labour. Labour to stay silent. Labour to stay small. Labour to stay alive. The hierarchy you live under is not simply a list of who is above you. It's a system that breathes. It watches you while you work. It judges you while you pray. It crushes you even while you serve it perfectly. It is everywhere, and there is no exit. Your marriage was not the end of your humiliation. It was only the official start. The contract your father arranged didn't ask you what you wanted. It only measured what you were worth. Your dowry became your price tag, a strange and cruel equation. More goats? You're worth more. No brothers? Less valuable. No inheritance to tempt a suitor. A family scandal 2 villages away? Worth less. Proven fertility among your sisters? Worth more. A limp? A missing tooth? A reputation for being difficult? Worth less. You are not a person. You are a trade. And once you belonged to your husband, you became part of his inventory, no different from his animals, tools, or fields. But unlike his livestock, your humiliation is not confined to quiet corners of the barn. It plays out in front of everyone. If your husband drinks too much and strikes you in public, no one interferes. Because discipline is his right. If you cry, people turn away politely, pretending they didn't hear. Because grief is a private indulgence you're not allowed. Sometimes you pass the priest while carrying water, your head down. He nods gently, as if in blessing. But his eyes measure you. Not your soul, your behaviour, your submission. The priest watches all women. He watches for gossip, for insolence, for signs of pride or rebellion. He watches your daughters especially as they approach marriageable age. Their modesty, their obedience, even the natural shape of their growing bodies is whispered about. Evidence, some say, of sinful temptation. The church reminds you that even your woman's form is dangerous. Your breasts, tools of temptation. Your hips, instruments of sin. Your hair, a symbol of your dangerous vanity. You cover yourself entirely in thick, shapeless garments. You hide your hair under kerchiefs or linen caps. You speak softly. You walk quickly. You avoid meeting the eyes of any man not your husband. And even with him, you lower your gaze often, because your very existence is an accusation. A woman who is too bold is unnatural. A woman who is too silent is suspicious. A woman who is too beautiful invites judgment. A woman who is too plain invites mockery. There is no safety. Even your own neighbours, the women who labour beside you, watch you carefully. Not out of cruelty, but out of fear. Because if suspicion ever falls, It falls hardest on the women who stand out. And if you stand out, you might burn next. You learn to move carefully between these women. You laugh when they laugh. You whisper when they whisper. You never complain too loudly. You never brag. You never envy openly. The friendships you form are fragile threads, easily snapped when accusations begin to swirl. If a husband beats his wife too brutally, she may turn to her neighbours for sympathy. They will listen. They will nod. They will offer simple advice. Pray more. Submit more. Bear your cross as God intends. Because to challenge a man's authority, even quietly, invites risk to them as well. You see the unspoken rule: when one woman suffers, the others pretend not to see, because noticing makes them vulnerable. Even the children learn this early. Your daughters whisper to each other while they scrub laundry. They know whose father drinks too much. They know whose mother cries behind the hut. They know which girls are being watched too closely by older men. But they keep these secrets in frightened whispers, because children know better than anyone how fragile their mother's place in this world is. Every interaction is a power play. When you visit the baker to barter for bread, you must smile politely, even if he weighs your loaf short. When you bring eggs to trade for cloth, you speak softly, even if the merchant scowls. When the Lord Steward arrives to collect tax, you bow your head, even as your stomach churns with rage, watching him take half your winter stores without mercy. You swallow the humiliation, because refusal is not an option, and protest is dangerous. Even childbirth, the act your entire worth is built upon, becomes a public measure of your humiliation. If you bear many sons, you are praised, not because you survived, but because your husband's name continues. If you bear only daughters, you are pitied, not for your pain, but because your husband's line weakens. If you bear no children, you are cursed. You have seen women whose wombs failed them. Some are abandoned quietly, left to starve on the edge of town, their usefulness expired. Some are accused of witchcraft, for clearly they must have angered God. Some take their own lives before the village takes it for them. When your belly swells again, you pray not for your own safety. You pray for a son, because each daughter increases your risk of being cast aside. And should your husband die, your humiliation doesn't end. It grows sharper. If you have sons old enough to claim the household, you become their servant instead. If your sons are too young, your husband's brother may claim you, or the Lord himself may seize your property, your home, and even your person, under the guise of guardianship. A widow without protection is a woman exposed. Neighbours avoid meeting your eye. Men approach you with offers that are not offers. Priests lecture you on virtue. You remain polite. You remain humble. You remain small. Even your very presence at church is laced with hierarchy. You sit at the back, separated from the men. The sermon is not for you. You listen, but you do not speak. You confess your sins, but you never accuse others. You kneel, you weep, you obey. The priest reminds you that humility will earn you paradise, but only after a lifetime of submission. And should you fail in that submission, even in private moments of thought, you know the consequences will not wait for the next world, because in this one, punishment comes swiftly. At some point, and you're not even sure when, the humiliation stops feeling like something done to you. It begins to feel like something you simply are. You stop thinking in terms of injustice. You stop hoping for fairness. You stop dreaming about change. You simply exist beneath it. The hierarchy that suffocates you has been so thoroughly absorbed that it now lives inside your bones, inside your breath, inside your thoughts before they ever form. You don't simply fear disobedience, you preemptively avoid it. Your silence is no longer a choice. It is reflex. You bow your head not because someone orders you to, but because it feels wrong to lift it. You speak softly, not because you're told to, but because your voice feels dangerous at full volume. You hold your daughters tighter, not just out of love, but out of terror. Terror that their smallest misstep could bring ruin upon them all. The humiliation has trained you to become your own warden. You police your own thoughts long before others have to. You sense which topics are safe to whisper about while preparing meals. You know which neighbours you can trust to keep secrets, and which will betray you with a word. You memorise your husband's shifting moods, reading his silences as carefully as his outbursts. You calculate every sentence you speak, weighing whether the words you want to say will cost you more than they're worth. Even your faith has been twisted into a cage. You pray constantly, but your prayers are no longer petitions. They are confessions before you've done anything wrong. They are apologies for the thoughts you dare not finish. They are desperate attempts to convince yourself that your suffering must mean you're still worthy of salvation. The priest teaches you that humility is your virtue, and so you strive to out-humble even your neighbours, terrified that any trace of pride in your heart could invite God's wrath. You judge yourself before anyone else can. When your body grows tired, you call yourself lazy. When your husband strikes you, you call yourself disobedient. When your child falls ill, you call yourself faithless. When your neighbour's harvest outgrows yours, you call yourself envious. When your husband eyes another woman, you call yourself unworthy. And in this way, the humiliation sustains itself, not because others enforce it at every moment, but because you enforce it on yourself. You carry shame like a second skin, and like your dress, you never remove it. You only patch it as it wears thin. Even joy becomes dangerous. You learn early that too much laughter invites suspicion, too much pride in your children invites envy, too much happiness invites attention, and attention is always a threat. You celebrate in whispers, in secret. You praise your daughter's beauty only to yourself. You smile quietly while they dance, careful that no man sees them as too lively, too bold, too desirable, because you know where desire leads. You've seen girls taken from their families after attracting the wrong gaze. Not for crimes they committed, but for looking like they might tempt one. Even small victories come laced with humiliation. When your husband praises your cooking, you feel relief, not pride. When the priest compliments your piety, you feel dread, wondering what unseen flaw he's trying to draw closer to. When your daughter is married off with a modest dowry, you feel terror, knowing she's entering the same unending cage you once did. Every step forward carries a shadow, because in this world, safety is not real. There is only the temporary absence of disaster. And when disaster does strike, as it always does, your humiliation grows deeper still. If your husband dies, leaving you widowed, you are cast into a new level of powerlessness. Widows exist in a limbo space, not quite respectable like married women, not quite shameful like unwed women, always viewed with a cautious eye. You are vulnerable to every man's whim, a brother-in-law eager to absorb your land, a neighbour spreading rumours about your virtue, a priest reminding you of your loneliness, suggesting remarriage as the only safe path forward. If you remarry, you become property again. If you refuse, you risk starvation, isolation, or worse, suspicion of witchcraft. Because independence, in a woman, always smells like heresy. The village women speak about you in coarsest tones. She manages her house well. She's still strong for her age. She must be careful not to let pride take root. These aren't compliments, they are warnings. Your self-worth becomes a tightrope, balancing between survival and suspicion. Even the rare moments you receive recognition are humiliating in their own way. When the priest praises you during Mass for your godly obedience, it is not because he sees you as noble, but because you serve as a warning to other women, an example of how to stay small, how to disappear into duty. And yet, ironically, your disappearance is never total, because your humiliation must always remain visible. The men need your obedience constantly on display. The priest needs your fear visible in your posture. The neighbours need your submission to reassure themselves that the system still holds. Your humiliation is public currency. If your husband scolds you in public, you're expected to lower your head, to apologise even when wronged, because public defiance would unsettle the entire village. If your son, now grown, orders you to rest while he manages your work, you must smile and praise his leadership, even as your heart aches from the helplessness of fading usefulness. The older you grow, the less your body can perform. And as your labour fails, your humiliation evolves into invisibility. You become something almost spectral, a bent figure sweeping the doorway, a quiet voice humming lullabies to grandchildren, an old woman sitting in the corner of the hut while others discuss your fate. You're praised for your wisdom, but never asked for advice. You're admired for your survival, but never envied. You watch your daughters follow your path. You feel both pride and grief as they carry water with strong backs that will eventually bend like yours. You see their hands grow calloused, their eyes tired. You hear their whispered prayers at night, almost identical to the ones you whispered at their age, and you remain silent, because you know what they do not yet fully grasp. There is no rebellion. There is no escape. There is only continuation. Your humiliation is not a temporary season. It's an inheritance, passed down from mother to daughter, like the rough woolen dresses you've patched for 3 generations, wearing thinner each year, but never fully discarded. At some point, even the word humiliation stops applying. Not because it no longer exists, but because you've lived beneath it for so long that it no longer feels like something separate from life. It becomes your atmosphere. It's simply what existence is. You don't wake up each morning feeling humiliated. You wake up feeling normal. The pain is normal. The labour is normal. The submission is normal. The silence is normal. The system that crushes you has done its job so thoroughly that it doesn't even require constant force anymore. You police yourself. You shape your daughters. You enforce the very rules that keep you chained. In rare, quiet moments, you remember fragments of who you might have been, memories that arrive like ghosts, unsettling visitors you no longer invite. You remember laughing freely as a child before you learned laughter was dangerous. You remember asking questions before you learned that questions drew stares. You remember daring to wonder if life could be different before you learned that hope was punished. But even those memories fade as quickly as they arrive, because holding on to them hurts more than letting them dissolve. You watch your own daughters now, your body aged far earlier than your years should demand. Their hands blister and callous as yours once did. Their bodies swell with children too soon, just as yours did. Their faces reflect your own, younger versions of a story you know too well. They believe they're building lives. You know they're only building cages, and yet you help them anyway. You guide them. You teach them how to knead dough, how to bind wounds, how to patch roofs, how to survive their husbands' moods, how to keep their voices low, because you love them. And because teaching them to survive within the system is the only protection you can offer. You've long since stopped dreaming of protecting them from the system. You know better. You no longer believe in fairness, or justice, or mercy. Those are luxuries for men, for lords, for priests, for others who do not live where you live, at the absolute bottom of every order. Even God, who you once begged for comfort, now feels distant, not cruel, simply absent. You still pray, of course, because you've been taught that prayer is your only tool, but you no longer expect your prayers to be answered. Your prayers sound more like apologies now. Apologies for failing your husband, for losing children, for feeling envy, for being tired, for aging, for existing. The priest still visits occasionally, offering sermons that sound like echoes of every sermon you've heard for decades. Bear your cross, sisters. Your suffering is noble. God sees your labour and will reward you in heaven. The proud woman invites the devil. The obedient wife earns paradise. And you nod. Not because you believe, but because you know that not nodding would invite questions. Your nodding, your silence, your smile, these are your defences. The last scraps of control you have left. There are moments when you catch glimpses of women who could not bear this weight as long as you have. The widow who took her own life after her 5th stillbirth. The young mother who disappeared into the woods one night after her husband's drunken rage. The old woman, once respected, now accused of witchcraft by jealous neighbours, dragged through the streets in public shame. You do not judge them. You understand. You wonder sometimes whether they were weak or simply too strong to endure any longer. You suspect the latter, because endurance is not strength here. Endurance is simply submission without limit. And when your strength fades, not your physical strength, but your will, you begin to disappear even within your own family. Your grown sons speak over you now. Your daughters consult you less. The grandchildren see you as a fixture in the corner, useful when they need a story or a hand to hold, but no longer essential. Your husband, if still alive, barely notices you. Your usefulness to him wanes as your ability to work diminishes. If he remarries a younger woman, you accept it, not because you forgive him, but because you know protesting would only degrade you further. Your body shrinks. Your voice weakens. Your world contracts to the walls of your hut, the wooden chair beside the hearth, the quiet whispers you trade with other old women while the younger ones do the work you can no longer perform. You do not leave the village. You do not travel. You do not own. Your entire known world for your entire life has been a few square miles of dirt roads, broken fences, stone church, crumbling huts, smoky air, and silent neighbours. And within those few square miles, you have lived as a ghost long before you will ever die. The final humiliation is not violent, it is not loud, it is not even personal. It is the quiet truth that when you die, the world will not change. The village will not grieve you deeply. Your name will not be written anywhere. The priest will say the same words over your grave that he said over every other woman. Your daughters will wipe their tears and return to their work before the week is over, and your life will fold back into the dirt, as countless lives did before yours. Your humiliation is complete, not because you have been publicly destroyed, but because you have been fully absorbed into the machine that ground you down. You lived unseen, you served unseen, you suffered unseen, you died unseen, and the system rolls on, perfectly intact. Because the humiliation wasn't a flaw in the system. The humiliation was the system. The most brutal part of your existence isn't your labour. It isn't even your humiliation. It's that you're taught from birth that all of this is right, that suffering is holy, that pain is obedience, that your misery is the natural shape of a woman's life. The world you live in doesn't simply hurt you. It tells you endlessly that being hurt is your sacred purpose. The church defines everything. It dictates the calendar you live by, the fasts you observe, the foods you're allowed to eat, the words you're allowed to say, the thoughts you're allowed to think. Even the way you breathe feels governed by unseen rules passed down from stone pulpits. Every Sunday, you gather with the other villagers beneath the vaulted ceiling of the church. You sit at the back, where the women always sit, behind the men, physically and spiritually removed. The priest speaks in Latin, a language none of you understand. His voice echoes, powerful and distant, as if God himself is watching you through his mouth. You don't question the words. You nod, you pray, you cross yourself. Not because you fully comprehend, but because everyone else does the same. The rhythm of faith is memorized, mechanical, reflexive, safe, and the core of these sermons is always the same. You are fallen because you are Eve's daughter, because one woman ate one fruit once, long ago, and now you and every woman like you must suffer for it forever. That single act, the original sin, has become the legal document upon which your oppression rests. Your pain in childbirth, a deserved curse, your endless labour, a divine consequence, your husband's authority, God's rightful order. The hierarchy is not just political, it is cosmic. It was written into existence by God himself, or so you're told. To challenge it is not just dangerous, it is blasphemous. And so you don't rebel. You repent. You confess sins you didn't even know you committed, coveting other women's good harvests, wishing your husband were kinder, grieving too long for a dead child, feeling envy at the youth of your daughter's face, thinking, even for a moment, that you deserve better. The priest listens to your confessions. His eyes study you. He decides your penance, and you thank him for the privilege of being corrected, because even guilt becomes a form of safety. If you confess quickly enough, perhaps suspicion will not follow you home. The church's control isn't limited to what you do. It dictates what you fear. You fear hell, not as an abstract place far away, but as a real, tangible future waiting for you. The priest's sermons describe it in detail. The fires, the demons, the torment of disobedient wives, the eternal agony for women who dared to challenge their station. You've seen paintings of it, grotesque images painted on the church walls, naked women clawed by devils, wives dragged into pits of flame for questioning their husbands, mothers punished for grieving too long, daughters punished for dressing too brightly. You don't doubt its existence. You fear it more than you fear your husband's fists, because one day your husband will die, but hell will never end. And yet, the church offers you just enough hope to keep you obedient. You're told that if you bear your suffering humbly, if you submit completely, paradise awaits. Heaven is painted like a distant shining meadow beyond the torment. There you will be freed from labour, pain, and grief, but only if you endure this world without complaint. The message is simple. If you are miserable now, it means you are righteous. And so you become devoted not to joy, but to endurance. Even your daily chores are framed as spiritual exercises. When your back aches from spinning, you whisper prayers between the wheel's turns. When your hands blister while scrubbing laundry, you offer it as penance for your sins. When you bury yet another child, you thank God for allowing you the trial of grief. Pain is no longer just survival. Pain is proof of your piety. The church turns your agony into virtue. The more you suffer, the more godly you appear. And others watch you, carefully measuring whether your suffering appears sincere enough. Because public displays of piety are part of your reputation. When you attend Mass, you kneel lower than the others. When the priest calls for fasts, you abstain from food with extra rigour. When your husband disciplines you, you accept it quietly, knowing your neighbours are watching. Your humiliation is not private, it's a performance. And everyone plays their role. The other women enforce these rules too. Not because they are cruel, but because they're trapped like you. Correcting each other feels safer than risking attention from the men or the priest. You've watched neighbours turn on one another in whispers. She's too proud of her daughter's marriage. She wept too long after her miscarriage. She smiles too often. She does not pray as she should. Her bread rose too well. Surely she uses forbidden charms. Every comment is a dagger disguised as virtue. You learn to guard your every word. You speak in half sentences. You deflect compliments. You confess sins you haven't committed, just to prove you are humble enough to recognize sin in yourself. Even your few small pleasures become coated in guilt. If you find a moment of laughter with your daughters while kneading dough, you lower your voice immediately. If you admire the softness of your infant's skin, you scold yourself for vanity. If your husband is momentarily kind, you pray for forgiveness, fearing you have loved comfort too much. Because comfort feels sinful. Happiness feels risky. Hope feels rebellious. And alongside the church's teachings, you face the suffocating grip of superstition. The world around you is filled with invisible dangers. Evil spirits that slip through open doors. Curses that come from neighbours' jealous eyes. Demons that hide in sick children's fevers. The devil lurking in the forest, waiting for women who stray too far from the path. You tied charms above your children's cradles, whispered protections taught by mothers and grandmothers long before you. You hang herbs in your doorway to ward off sickness. You cross yourself while preparing food, hoping to chase away unseen dangers in the boiling pot. You've seen women accused of bringing misfortune through these very same actions, because what protects today may be called witchcraft tomorrow. And the rules shift constantly. A herb that healed your neighbour's child is praised one season and questioned the next. A charm that once protected your husband's cattle is blessed by the priest, then condemned as pagan after a bad harvest. There is no stability, no certainty, no safe place to stand. The boundaries of acceptable behaviour are not solid walls, they are shifting sands. You're expected to obey rules that are never fully explained. You're held responsible for breaking laws you never fully understood. And when misfortune strikes, as it always does, the suspicion always falls on women first. A failed crop? Perhaps a woman whispered the wrong prayer. A sick child? Perhaps a mother doubted God's plan. A stillbirth? Perhaps a wife harboured envy in her heart. The system that governs your mind is built to ensure you never fully trust your own thoughts. You internalise the guilt before anyone has to accuse you. You confess before anyone has to investigate. You bow before anyone has to punish. And this is how control survives. Not through constant violence, but through constant fear. The chains around your neck are not metal. They are made of words, of sermons, of prayers, of glances, of silences. And you wear them willingly because you've been told they are your only protection. The culture has trained you not to ask, "Why am I suffering?" but instead, "Am I suffering enough to deserve heaven?" And that is the most brutal control of all. Control does not stop at the edge of the church. It follows you home. It burrows into your marriage. It dictates how you raise your children. It defines the very shape of your love. The world has made sure that even inside your own home, you are never fully safe from its rules. Because the beliefs you carry aren't simply ideas. They are tools designed to keep you in your place without anyone needing to hold a sword to your throat. The most powerful tool of all is marriage itself. Your marriage was never about love. It was a contract, one arranged by fathers, uncles, or priests long before you were old enough to understand what you were being traded for. Your husband did not pursue you because he cherished your company. He chose you because you were young enough to bear children, because your dowry was acceptable, because your family had enough reputation to make the trade respectable. Your own consent was not required. Marriage is not your right. Marriage is your assignment. And once married, you no longer exist as an individual. The church calls you one flesh with your husband. But this unity is not mutual. It means you are absorbed into him. Your body is his body. Your labour is his labour. Your children are his lineage. You're no longer a daughter, or a sister, or even a woman. You are now simply wife. And to be a wife is to be obedient. You're reminded of this every day, by your husband, by your neighbours, by your priest, by every prayer whispered into the rafters of your hut. The Bible is quoted to you. Wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands, as unto the Lord. This submission is presented as your holiness. If your husband beats you, it is for your correction. If your husband takes another woman into his bed, it is his right. If your husband fails to provide, it is your duty to endure. You're taught that a rebellious wife endangers not only herself, but her entire household. That an immodest woman invites God's wrath upon her children. That a wife's disobedience can bring sickness, famine, or stillbirth. And so, even when you burn with anger, you bite your tongue. Even when you ache with injustice, you kneel and pray for patience. Even when you see your husband's cruelty, you beg God to cleanse your own sinful thoughts. The shame becomes so deeply rooted that you believe the beatings are your fault, that his temper is a reflection of your failure as a wife, that if you were more obedient, more cheerful, more silent, his hand would stay lighter. Your daughters watch all of this. They absorb the lessons before they even understand them. They learn early to lower their gaze around men, to speak softly, to cover their bodies, to obey quickly, to apologize often, to smile when they're sad. You catch your youngest daughter scolding herself for spilling the water bucket. whispering prayers for forgiveness as though her clumsiness was a sin against God. You comfort her, but you do not correct her belief, because deep down, you know, this is how she will survive. Even the way you raise your sons is shaped by the same poison culture. You teach your boys to work, to pray, to honour their father, but you also teach them that women are beneath them, not because you want to, but because failing to do so would mark them as weak men. Men who might one day lose their own households, their own authority, their own masculine standing in the village. The priest praises you for raising strong sons, and you nod, even as your heart quietly mourns the boys you once held as infants. Boys who once reached for your arms, but will one day strike their own wives without shame. Because this is how the wheel turns. The control you live under turns you into both victim and enforcer. It makes you afraid, and it makes you teach your children to be afraid. It twists your love into a tool of obedience. Even simple affection is reshaped into discipline. When your child laughs too loudly during prayers, you hush them sharply, not out of anger, but out of terror that their joy will be seen as disrespect. When your daughter's skirt rides too high while playing, you yank it down quickly, not to shame her, but to protect her from wandering eyes. When your son questions why the priest eats well while your family starves, you silence him, not because he's wrong, but because questions are dangerous. The culture has taught you that protection is not found in freedom. Protection is found in submission. You don't dream of changing the rules. You dream of surviving within them. Your entire family functions like a miniature version of the world outside. Your husband is your lord. The priest is your judge. Your sons are your masters in training. Your daughters are your replacements. The belief system is so deeply embedded that even moments of happiness carry the bitter taste of fear. When your husband is kind, when he brings a small gift from town, when he speaks softly to you, you feel guilty for enjoying it too much, because you've been taught that comfort invites pride, and pride invites punishment. When your child recovers from illness, you pray not just in thanks, but in apology, worried that you might seem too joyful, that God may take offence and send a new trial to humble you. Even hope itself becomes dangerous. You suppress your hopes instinctively, not because you're strong, but because you've seen what happens to women who hope too openly. You watched a young wife years ago who dared to speak aloud about wanting more. A better harvest, a kinder husband, healthier children. And when her husband's cattle died unexpectedly, when her second child was stillborn, when her husband fell ill, the whispers started. She must have angered God. Perhaps she used charms. Perhaps she spoke against her station. It did not take long for her to be called before the church. The questioning was gentle at first, but it never stays gentle for long. You remember the day they shaved her head as punishment, parading her through the village while children threw stones. You remember the priest's voice announcing her penance, weeks of fasting, years of public repentance. And you remember how she was never quite welcomed back into the fold, how the other women, afraid for themselves, spoke to her only in whispers, eyes darting nervously whenever she approached. You learned your lesson. You no longer say your hopes aloud. You lock them deep inside. Small flickering embers kept hidden even from yourself. Because to hope is to risk. The culture has done something worse than simply control your life. It has reprogrammed your very thoughts. You don't ask, why must I suffer? You ask, am I suffering properly? Have I been sufficiently obedient? Have I earned God's mercy? Your torment becomes not a burden, but a badge of worth. The more you endure, the more righteous you feel. Even when your body breaks, even when your babies die, even when your belly empties from hunger, even when your skin splits in winter's cold, you tell yourself, this is my holy work. Because what other choice is there? You've seen what happens to women who choose rebellion. The stakes, the flames, the rivers, the ropes, the dungeons, the accusations of witchcraft, the punishments called correction, the sermons called mercy. And so you bow lower. You work harder. You suffer quieter. Not because you are content, but because you are terrified. The control of culture isn't loud. It doesn't need to shout. It whispers inside your skull. And over time, its voice becomes your own. You wake up every day under invisible eyes. Not just your husband's eyes. Not your neighbours. Not the Lord's men who patrol the roads. These eyes live inside you. They are the eyes of God, of the saints, of the angels, of the devils, of spirits that watch and whisper and record everything you do. You feel their presence even when you're alone, especially when you're alone. You've been told since girlhood that your every thought is being counted, that angels tally your sins the moment they form inside your mind, before your lips even have time to speak. The devils listen too, eager to carry your weaknesses to God as evidence. You imagine these creatures hovering in the rafters above your straw bed while you sleep, their wings shifting in the smoke curling from your hearth. Your culture teaches you that temptation is not something you encounter. It is something you contain. It lives inside your own blood. Your body, simply by existing, is a battleground. You have been taught to fear your own flesh since your first blood stained your shift as a child. That blood was not just nature, it was a reminder of Eve, a sign that you, like her, are born under the weight of sin. You learned very quickly to hide any pride in your body. You learned not to look too long at your own reflection. You learned that even a moment of vanity might allow the devil to slip into your thoughts and claim your soul. And yet, the same flesh that damns you is demanded of you by your husband. You are expected to lie with him whenever he calls, regardless of your weariness or pain or fear. Refusing him is dangerous. The priest says your duty is to submit. The neighbours say your duty is to bear children. Your body is not yours. It is a vessel for labour and reproduction, handed from your father's house into your husband's bed. You submit not because you desire him, but because your culture tells you that obedience is holy and refusal is rebellion. When your belly swells again, you whisper prayers over the new life inside you. But even those prayers are laced with fear. You pray that the child will live. You pray that it will not be malformed. You pray that it will not be another girl. For daughters bring you no power, only more mouths to feed and more fragile futures to dread. And every time you feel the child move, you wonder if it stirs with life or if something is wrong already. You have seen too many women miscarry, watched too many infants gasp and fail to breathe after birth. Each pregnancy feels like a bargain you made without knowing the terms. The midwife comes when the time comes, but she is not safety. She is part of the same system. She knows the herbs, but she fears using them too boldly. She whispers the same prayers you do, her fingers trembling as she works. If something goes wrong, she too may be blamed. If you die, she may be called a witch. And you both know it. You do not say it aloud. The priest speaks of devils waiting to snatch newborn souls before baptism. You're taught that a child who dies unbaptized is lost forever. The urgency to bring the baby to the priest after birth becomes a ritual of desperate fear. You have seen women rush newborns to the church while still bleeding from labour, too afraid to delay even an hour. Some of those babies lived, some didn't. The difference feels random, but you dare not think such thoughts. To question God's will is dangerous. Death itself is no longer a mystery to you. You see it everywhere. You smell it on the road when animals collapse in the fields. You hear it in the night when neighbours weep quietly inside their huts. You see it in the pale faces of children who grow thin during winter. And yet, each death carries more than grief. It carries suspicion. A sickness that strikes one family but spares another invites whispered explanations. Perhaps they sinned. Perhaps they failed to confess something. Perhaps someone cursed them. The word witch floats around your village like smoke, always searching for a new place to settle. No one claims to believe it fully, but no one denies it either. A woman who grows herbs may one day be praised for healing, and the next day be accused of poisoning. A woman who survives too many childbirths may be seen as blessed, or as unnaturally protected by dark forces. A woman whose husband drinks himself to death may be blamed for his weakness, accused of tempting him into ruin. You have seen women stripped, shaved, paraded through the streets, their bodies inspected for marks said to prove pacts with the devil. You lower your head when it happens. You keep your daughters inside when you hear the shouts. You pretend not to know them. You're not allowed to speak of doubt. Doubt itself is sin. If you admit your fear that the priest may be wrong, that the Lord may be cruel, that your husband may be unjust, you risk accusations of pride. And pride, you have been told, is the root of all womanly sin. The priests say women are prideful by nature, that even your longing for a better life is a form of rebellion. You are taught to confess not only your deeds, but your thoughts. You kneel before the priest and whisper apologies for feelings you barely allowed yourself to have. Even the other women around you, who suffer alongside you, are not fully safe to trust. You all watch each other with quiet caution, not out of malice, but out of survival. A careless word may be repeated. A harmless complaint may be twisted. A secret prayer for an easier life may be overheard and used against you. And so you speak carefully. You choose your words as though you're weaving a fragile cloth. Too loose, and it falls apart. Too tight, and it draws attention. The fear shapes how you mother your children. You raise your daughters not only to work, but to submit. You teach them early to bow their heads, to answer gently, to cover themselves completely, to pray often, to confess quickly, to speak rarely, and to hide their hopes deep inside. You love them fiercely, but you love them in terror. You love them while preparing them for the life you know they cannot escape. You pray that they will marry good men, but you know that even good men hold power over them. Your sons you raise differently, because the world demands it. You praise them for being strong, for speaking confidently, for asserting themselves even when it wounds you to do so. You teach them that men command and women serve. You tell yourself that this will protect them, that this will make them respected. You feel the contradiction inside you, but you bury it deep as you have buried every other dangerous thought. You feel watched not just by God, but by saints whose names you recite but do not fully understand. by spirits whose presence is explained to you in fragments and rumours, by devils who lurk in the woods, waiting for wandering women who stray too far from their homes. You believe in these things because not believing is unthinkable. Not believing is itself a sin, and so your world fills with invisible threats. Every bad fortune has a cause. Every cause can be traced back to sin, usually a woman's sin, and so your control becomes internalized completely. You kneel not only with your body, but with your soul. You confess before you are accused. You apologize before you are questioned. You repent for emotions you have not acted on, for thoughts you have barely formed. You are not simply a servant of your husband, of your lord, or of your priest. You are a servant to the air itself, to the eyes you cannot see, to the rules you no longer question. Even as you grow older, as your body breaks down from decades of labour, this invisible control does not fade. It tightens. Your joints ache as you kneel in prayer. Your breath shortens as you fast on command. Your eyesight dims as you read the priest's lips for approval. But you continue, because you have been told that your suffering is your salvation. When your daughters grow into their own marriages, you watch them enter the same system. You watch them kneel as you knelt. You watch them whisper confessions as you whispered. You watch them raise their own daughters as you raised them. And you know that this cycle will continue long after you return to the earth. You do not fight it. You cannot. You have been taught to believe that even the desire to fight is sinful. Instead, you endure. You shrink. You submit. And you whisper to yourself that this is holy, that this is good, that this is how it was always meant to be. And when you die, the priest will remind your family that you were a faithful woman, that you obeyed, that you laboured quietly, that you feared properly, that you repented fully, that you were exactly what a woman was supposed to be. At first, the beliefs were taught to you by others. You heard them from your mother's lips, from the priest's sermons, from the chants of the villagers during Mass. You absorbed them slowly, like the smoke that filled your lungs from the hearth each night, until they no longer felt like lessons. They became the shape of your thoughts. Eventually, you could no longer tell where your beliefs ended, and your fear began. Now, they live inside you completely. You do not wake each morning and remind yourself to be humble, to be obedient, to be small. You wake already knowing it, already carrying it like marrow inside your bones. Even in sleep, you obey. Your dreams no longer belong to you. When you close your eyes at night, the faces of saints and demons swirl together, judging, watching, waiting. You dream of your husband's voice rebuking you for imagined failures. You dream of your children falling sick because you prayed without enough faith. You dream of priests with eyes like fire, warning you that even your hidden thoughts are seen by God. The line between sin and thought has long since vanished. You confess feelings before they form. You whisper apologies for desires you barely allowed yourself to recognize. A moment of hunger for comfort, for kindness, for warmth, all of it is treasonous. Even love, if too strongly felt, becomes a danger. You have been taught that love must be tempered, that even a mother's grief can tip into rebellion if it questions God's will. When your child dies, and more than one has, your grief is not yours to hold freely. You are allowed tears, but only a measured amount. You are expected to thank God for allowing you the trial, to praise Him for testing your faith, to weep just enough to show humility, but not enough to suggest discontent. The other women watch you carefully at the graveside. The priest watches you more carefully still. If you weep too long, too hard, too bitterly, it invites whispers. Perhaps your faith is weak. Perhaps you secretly blame God. Perhaps your heart is too proud. The culture has taught you to grieve in silence. It has taught you that your sorrow is yet another temptation to sin. You pray more after each burial. You pray with urgency, with desperation, as though your prayers might reverse what has already been done, as though your tears can somehow cleanse your soul of the pride you feel for daring to ache. You pray even when you are numb, mouthing words you've recited so many times they have lost all meaning. The repetition becomes a ritual of safety, as if speaking the words again and again might shield you from the next tragedy. And yet, the tragedies always return. You have seen entire families wiped out by plague, by hunger, by war. You have stood at the edge of mass graves, watching bodies lowered into the earth without ceremony, without markers, without prayers strong enough to keep the demons from circling. You have watched the priest sprinkle holy water onto the pit, while the villagers clutch rosaries and cross themselves, as if these tiny gestures might hold back the black tide of death. You've whispered the prayers along with them, your voice hoarse, your fingers trembling, your heart pounding with the quiet understanding that it could be you next. It will be you next. Every death strengthens the belief that survival itself is proof of righteousness. If you're still alive, if your children still breathe, if your husband still brings home what little food you scrape together, then you must be obedient enough, humble enough, holy enough, at least for now. You learn to fear survival almost as much as you fear loss, because surviving means that the next test is always coming. The priest's sermons reinforce this dread with precision. He does not speak of God as loving. He speaks of God as watching, measuring, recording. You have heard the words 1,000 times. God watches you while you sleep. He counts your sins while you speak. He listens to your hidden thoughts. He sees every envy, every pride, every small flicker of rebellion that rises inside you. He sees you when you question why your neighbour's child lived while yours did not. He sees you when you envy the softness of a younger woman's hands. He sees you when you briefly wish your husband's anger would not return tonight. The priest's voice is calm when he says these things. Calm but heavy. He assures you that God loves the humble woman who sees her own wickedness and begs for correction. You have come to believe that every misfortune that falls upon you is God's kindness, a chance to cleanse you further, to burn away the pride that still clings to your spirit. Misery becomes mercy. Pain becomes grace. You are taught to thank God for your sufferings. When your hands crack and bleed from labour, you thank Him for teaching you discipline. When your belly empties through hunger, you thank Him for teaching you moderation. When your husband's blows leave bruises that linger for days, you thank Him for reminding you to submit more completely. You no longer even consider asking why. You know why. The superstitions that govern your village breathe alongside these teachings. They fill the spaces between the priest's words like fog creeping into your lungs. You hang herbs above the door, not because you believe they will ward off sickness, but because not hanging them would feel like tempting fate. You cross yourself before boiling water, before cutting meat, before closing the door at night, before nursing a child through fever. Every action is laced with ritual, with layers of desperate protection. You fear the devil not as an abstraction, but as a creature that watches you from the woods, from the shadows inside your own hut. The forest beyond your village becomes a place of unspeakable dread. You have heard the stories told in hushed voices. Women who disappeared into the trees never returned, or worse, returned changed. You know that the woods belong to wolves, to bandits, to men who take what they want, but also to spirits and demons. You dare not step too far beyond the edge of the village. Even when gathering herbs for the midwife, you keep your steps close to well-trodden paths, eyes lowered, whispering prayers beneath your breath with every movement. The devil is everywhere, but you have been taught that you carry him within you most of all. Your body is his favourite entry point. Your desires are his bait. You have heard stories of women possessed by lust, by pride, by envy. Stories that end at the stake or at the river, with ropes and stones and flames. You feel the eyes of the villagers shift toward you if you speak too boldly, if you weep too long, if you walk alone too often. You have learned to stay small, not only in body, but in spirit. Your safety depends on your invisibility. Even as you grow old, as your body withers and your breath grows shallow, the fear remains. You whisper prayers in the dark corners of your hut while your grandchildren sleep nearby. You pray that you will die in grace, that you have confessed enough, that your penance has been enough, that the pride has been beaten out of you thoroughly enough. You pray that God will accept your broken body as proof of your obedience. You know what happens to those who are not obedient enough. You have seen the drawings on the church walls. You have heard the priest describe the fires of hell in gruesome detail. You have felt the flames in your nightmares, licking at your feet while you cry out for mercy that never comes. You fear not death, but what follows. In these final years, you no longer even hope for comfort in this world. You hope only that your humility has been sufficient to avoid eternal agony, that your endless suffering will count for something beyond this dirt and these walls and this choking smoke. You tell yourself that perhaps in the next world you will finally rest, that perhaps your broken body will be made whole, that your grief will be lifted, that your silence will be rewarded. But even in this hope, you feel doubt coil around your chest like cold rope. The priest says that only the truly humble will enter paradise. And what if your secret, hidden thoughts have betrayed you? What if your quiet moments of envy were enough to damn you? What if your bitterness was louder than your prayers? What if your suffering was never sufficient? These questions never leave you. They haunt your last days. You pray harder to silence them. There are moments when the world you live in feels almost beyond belief. The brutality is not simply cruel. It is absurd. It is grotesque. It is a theatre of horrors performed in broad daylight, fully sanctioned by the same culture that claims to protect you. The violence becomes so common that it loses its shock. The absurdity becomes so normalized that it no longer feels strange. You have seen things no person should ever have to see, and you have watched them happen as though they were ordinary. You've stood silently as your neighbour was tied to the post in the village square, her hands bound, her body trembling in the morning cold. The accusation came quickly. A cow miscarried. A child fell ill. A few whispered words from jealous lips were enough. The priest arrived. The Lord's men dragged her from her home. She pleaded her innocence, but innocence means nothing once suspicion blooms. They shaved her head, not for hygiene, but to humiliate her, to strip her of dignity, to mark her as unclean. The crowd gathered, mothers clutching their daughters, fathers pretending not to watch too closely. The priest read the charges aloud, his voice calm, measured, as if reciting a shopping list. The words fell heavy in the winter air. Sorcery, pride, envy, disobedience. And then came the trial. It was not a trial as you might imagine one. There were no arguments, no defence, no evidence as you understand it. There was only the test, designed not to prove guilt or innocence, but to confirm guilt with theatre. They bound her ankles, her wrists, tied stones to her feet. The crowd dragged her to the river, while the priest led prayers for guidance. If she sank and drowned, she was innocent. If she floated, the devil was holding her above the water. Either way, her fate was sealed. You watched her struggle against the bindings. You saw her gasp as the cold water swallowed her. You saw her body pulled limp from the depths, her pale skin waxy and blue. You heard the priest thank God for revealing the truth. And you said nothing. Because you had to say nothing. Because to speak would be to stand beside her in guilt. And so you watched in silence. This was not the only time. You've seen thieves hung by their necks from trees just outside the village, their bodies left to swing for days, their skin bloating, their mouths stretched open in frozen screams, the smell of their rot carried into your hut by the wind. You learn to turn your head and continue kneading your dough as though the corpses were part of the landscape. You've seen children abandoned at the edge of the woods because their mouths were too many and the food was too little. You heard their mothers' wails the first night. You heard nothing the second. And when you passed the spot weeks later, you saw nothing but flattened grass and knew what had become of them. The wolves had done what starvation demanded. You've seen men crushed beneath logs during barn raisings, their bodies flattened, their bones shattered, their blood seeping into the dirt like rainwater. The other men said their prayers, wiped their hands, and continued the work, because the barn still needed building. The work never stops for death. You have watched childbirths turn into slow, screaming deaths as women bled out on the same straw mats where they once conceived their children. You heard their husbands curse them for failing to give birth properly, as though dying was an act of laziness. You helped the midwife clean the blood, wrap the bodies, dig the shallow graves. You've seen plague sweep through like an invisible storm, turning neighbours into blackened, oozing bodies within days, the buboes swelling grotesquely beneath their skin, the fevers burning them alive from the inside. You've seen families barricade themselves in their huts, only to be found days later. Whole households rotting together, their bodies fused into tangled, stinking masses of hair, skin, and teeth. You've seen animals butchered while still half alive, their throats hacked with dull blades, their screams mingling with the laughter of boys learning how to kill for the first time. You've watched pigs gutted and torn open like sacks of wet cloth, the steam of their insides rising into the cold air like offerings to no god at all. You've seen miscarried infants laid out on crude wooden boards, their twisted limbs frozen mid-spasm, their mothers weeping until their voices gave out entirely. You've watched neighbours burn these tiny corpses in secret, fearing that to bury them unbaptized might curse the family. You've seen famine turn people into creatures you no longer recognized. You've seen mothers chew boiled leather, gnawing on belts and shoes to trick their stomachs into believing they were fed. You've watched families cook rats, mice, even dogs. You've seen hollowed faces devour bark stripped from trees. You've heard stories, whispered so quietly you barely dared to listen, of neighbours who disappeared, and of stews that contained meat no one would name. You've seen nobles order entire villages cleared because the land was needed for sheep grazing. You watched men with swords set fire to huts, drive families into the woods like animals, beat those who resisted until their skulls split open like cracked pottery. You heard the screams, but kept your head down. You whispered prayers and told your children not to speak of it. You've seen lords hunt men for sport. Peasants accused of stealing bread were loosed into the woods with promises of mercy if they reached the edge alive. The lords laughed as their dogs tore the men apart before they made it 10 steps. You heard the laughter from your fields. You told yourself not to listen. You've seen the absurdities of power unfold before your eyes. The Lord Steward demanding double taxes after a poor harvest, then blaming God for the famine. The priest preaching generosity while his own table groaned with meat and fresh bread. The noble women parading through town in silks, so heavy they needed servants to carry their trains, while your children shivered in rags and picked lice from their hair. You've seen travelling merchants peddle false relics, splinters of the true cross, vials of Christ's blood, the Virgin's hair, and watched your neighbours spend what little they had to buy them, hoping to purchase divine protection from an indifferent heaven. You've seen charlatans offer cures for plague and pox and infertility, roots, stones, prayers, blood-letting knives, all useless, all sold with a smile. And you've seen desperate families pay for these lies, selling their livestock, their tools, their last sacks of grain, only to bury their loved ones days later. You've seen men punished for stealing loaves of bread, their ears cut off, their noses split, their bodies mutilated and displayed like warnings. And you've seen those same men limp back into the village, disfigured, broken, still starving. You've seen the absurdity of law itself. A man accused of theft is punished with mutilation. A man who beats his wife to death is forgiven after confession. A noble who rapes a peasant girl pays a fine. A woman accused of witchcraft is tortured, drowned, burned. You've seen justice applied like a sword in one hand and a coin purse in the other. You've seen superstition become more powerful than any priest. You've watched men and women carve charms into their doorframes, bury totems beneath their homes, wear amulets filled with animal bones and teeth to ward off spirits that everyone claims not to believe in, but no one dares to challenge. You've seen neighbours accuse each other of curses when their livestock sicken. You've seen entire families driven out of the village for nothing more than a poorly timed illness. You've seen children born with twisted limbs or swollen heads called demons in disguise, smothered quietly by midwives who mutter prayers for mercy as they work. You've seen deformed infants abandoned in the forest with tiny wooden crosses tied to their chests, as if that would buy their souls safe passage while their bodies froze beneath the trees. You've seen war come and go, bringing with it waves of hungry, drunken soldiers who took whatever they pleased. You've seen men dragged from their homes to fight in battles they didn't understand, dying in distant fields without graves or markers. You've seen women left behind to tend to children, fields, animals, and lords who demanded taxes even while their husbands rotted far from home. You've seen men return from war broken, missing limbs, missing eyes, missing sanity. You've watched them scream in their sleep, beat their wives, starve their families, drink themselves to death. And when they finally collapsed, You helped carry their bodies to shallow graves, offering prayers you no longer believed would be heard. You've seen the absurdity of hope itself, how it dangles just close enough to keep you alive, but always out of reach. The priest's promises of paradise after death feel more like threats than comfort. The noble's promises of protection vanish when danger arrives. The neighbour's promises of help turn to silence when the tax collector knocks. And through it all, you endure. Not because you are strong, but because you have no choice. The horror is not in the violence alone. The horror is in the fact that you expect it. The horror is in how normal it all becomes. You live inside this theatre of cruelty every day, and you learn to smile through it, to bow your head, to teach your daughters to do the same, to pretend that survival itself is proof of grace. And the absurdity is that even as you suffer, you are told you are blessed. You thank God for the pain. You thank your Lord for the privilege of poverty. You thank your husband for the discipline. You thank the priest for the warnings. You thank them all for the nightmare you cannot wake from. There comes a point where you forget that any of this is unnatural, not because it grows easier, but because you no longer possess any memory of a world where these horrors were not simply the order of things. This is the world you have inherited. This is the world you have learned to endure. And what terrifies you most is that you've stopped being terrified. You no longer flinch when the screams echo through the village square. You no longer look away when a man is dragged through the streets by his wrists, his legs scraping across the stones as his captors laugh and spit. You no longer avert your eyes when the priest declares that another woman will be judged for her sins, and you no longer wonder whether her crime was real or invented. You've learned that truth has no place here. Only the accusation matters. Guilt arrives long before evidence. The absurdity reaches you even in the smallest corners of your day. You rise before dawn, not because you are well rested, but because the rooster crows as though it too is bound by these same unspoken laws of suffering. The smoke from your hearth fills your lungs as you kneel to stoke the embers, coughing and spitting as your eyes water. You do not cover your mouth. Coughing is part of the morning ritual, like prayer. The smoke curls along the rafters, joins the smell of damp straw, unwashed bodies, and livestock waste. You inhale it all. You have inhaled it your entire life. Even your food carries its own quiet horror. The bread you bake is coarse, heavy, streaked with bits of husk and grit. The millstones shed fragments of stone into the flour. Over years, you feel your teeth grind down from chewing the daily bread, slowly crumbling in your mouth as you age, until you swallow more than you chew. The salted meat you occasionally receive is tough, stringy, already beginning to spoil. You slice away the parts crawling with worms, and tell your children not to look too closely at what they eat. You boil your water because you must. You've seen neighbours die from drinking straight from the well, their bowels emptying themselves until their bodies wither like dried roots. And yet, even the boiled water is not clean. The buckets are never clean. The hands that touch them are never clean. Cleanliness itself feels like an illusion sold by men who do not live in huts like yours. Your skin carries its own private infestation. Lice burrow into your scalp and your clothing. You scratch your head so often your fingers crack and bleed. Bed bugs hide inside the straw mattress where you sleep, crawling over your body at night, biting you until your skin is covered in welts. The itching never stops. The crawling sensation never leaves. Sometimes you imagine them beneath your skin, even when your fingers find nothing. You pick at the sores until they bleed again, wondering if this will be the cut that grows infected. Infection is never far. You've seen what it does. A small wound swells overnight, red and angry, hot beneath the skin. Then comes the fever, the shaking, the sweat, the madness. You have watched entire limbs blacken and rot, turning human flesh into something unrecognizable. Something that smells worse than death before death even arrives. You know that any injury could be your undoing. A stubbed toe becomes a festering ulcer. A splinter invites rot. A cut on your hand becomes a swollen, oozing mass. You have watched midwives slice open abscesses with crude blades, the pus spraying out like sour milk while the patient screams and writhes. And afterward, you pray the rot doesn't return, but you know that often it does. You know what childbirth looks like when it turns. The screams that last for days. The bleeding that will not stop. The baby that emerges limp and silent. The mother that follows minutes or hours later. You've seen midwives forced to reach inside with trembling hands, their arms coated in blood up to the elbow, trying to turn a stuck infant who refuses to emerge. Sometimes they save the child. Sometimes they save neither. You have helped wrap the bodies afterward, sewing the cloth closed over faces you once knew. You have seen the insanity that starvation brings. Not just hunger, starvation. You have watched people stagger through the village, speaking to no one, their eyes glassy and wild, as their minds unhinge from their withering bodies. You've seen mothers hallucinate milk for their starving infants, pressing empty breasts into desperate mouths that find nothing. You've seen fathers go into the woods and not return, their bodies later found hanging from low branches, not always by their own hands. You've seen the absurdity of medicine as it's practiced on you. The barber surgeons with their knives and leeches, slicing open veins to balance the humours, while you grow weaker with every pint of blood spilled. You've seen patients drilled in the skull to release evil spirits, their heads splitting open like cracked melons, the blood soaking the dirt while prayers are whispered. You've seen the herbalists punished for offering better remedies than the priests approve, accused of sorcery, their remedies confiscated as forbidden knowledge. You've seen priests prescribe prayer and penance for sickness. If you suffer, it is your soul's corruption that has infected your body. The sin lives inside you, they say, not the filth you drink, not the lice you scratch, not the wounds that fester, and so you pray harder while your body decays. You've seen livestock perish overnight, entire herds struck down by sickness that spreads through the air, through the water, through the ground itself. You've seen families who depended on those animals left with nothing but the empty stalls where the cows once stood, the pigs once squealed. You've seen fathers weep not for their children, but for their animals, because without those animals, the children will starve too. You've seen fires rage through thatched roof huts in minutes, turning entire streets into smoking wastelands before anyone can react. You've seen women trapped inside as the flames consume them. The screams burn first, the flesh follows, and when the fires die, you sift through blackened remains to salvage what little is left. Bits of metal, charred bones, the occasional glint of glass. You've seen the absurdity of law mock every notion of fairness. A man steals a loaf of bread because his children are starving. He loses his hand. A noble steals half the village's harvest for taxes. He receives prayers for his leadership. You've watched women publicly whipped for gossip, their backs striped red while the crowd gathers, laughing nervously, thanking God for the lesson. And you've watched as men who violate women walk freely afterward, their sins forgiven by coin and confession. You've seen winter arrive early and stay too long, freezing the world into a barren graveyard. You've broken the ice on water buckets with frozen hands, your fingers splitting open from the cold. You've watched children die slowly, their ribs pressing against thin skin, their lips blue, their breath shallow and thin like threads of fog. You've seen spring bring no relief, only disease. The melted snows turn roads into rivers of mud, human waste mixing with animal rot, filling the air with a stench that clings to your clothes, your skin, your hair. You've seen flies hatch by the millions, swarming every wound, every meal, every open mouth. You've seen summer cook the village like a cauldron, the air thick with sweat, with sickness, with the moans of the weak. You've seen skin blister beneath the sun, the elderly collapse from heat, the meat spoil before it can be eaten. You've heard the buzz of flies replacing birdsong as they feast on filth. You've seen autumn become a race against time. Every hour of harvest, a desperate struggle to collect what little the earth offers before frost returns. You've seen storms rip through the fields, flattening what you laboured months to grow. You've watched rats infest the granaries, eating what you cannot replace. You've seen the absurdity of life itself, how every victory is temporary, every relief short-lived. A harvest can be wiped out by a single night of cold. A child's laughter can vanish with a cough. A full stomach today guarantees nothing for tomorrow. And still, you endure. Because you must. Because there is no alternative. Because the horror has become your air. Because the absurdity has become your gravity. Because the world has taught you not to expect peace, but only to fear when the next cruelty will arrive. You don't scream. You don't protest. You don't collapse. You simply bend beneath it, like the broken trees that still cling to the rocky hills outside your village. The world is absurd. The world is cruel. But the world continues, and so do you. There comes a point where the horror no longer shocks you, not because it grows softer, but because you have simply run out of ways to react. It presses in around you from every side. It is stitched into the very fabric of your days, like the coarse thread that binds your sleeves. Horror is no longer something you witness. It is the ground you stand on. You see it before the sun rises, before your first task begins, before your first breath each morning. You rise to a world that greets you not with peace, but with the groan of hunger, the cold sting in your joints, and the knowledge that before this day is done, something will go wrong. Because something always does. You have seen women torn apart not by war, but by childbirth. You have seen their bodies split open from within, the child lodged halfway, trapped between life and death. You have watched midwives push and pull with desperate hands, their arms slick with blood, their faces frozen between terror and exhaustion as the mother screams until her voice breaks. You've seen women beg for death as their labour stretches into days, their breath coming in shallow gasps until it finally stops altogether. And you've seen husbands look at their lifeless wives with thinly veiled contempt, as though their failure to survive labour was a kind of personal insult. You've seen the unthinkable done to children. You've seen babies born too early, their bodies too small, their skin too thin to survive the cold. You've seen mothers rock lifeless infants in their arms, unwilling to believe they have already passed. You've seen neighbours whispering, accusing these mothers of bringing the tragedy upon themselves by improper prayers, by unconfessed sin, by some imagined vanity that angered God. You've seen children waste away from fevers that boil their blood, their eyes rolling back as their tiny limbs convulse uncontrollably. You've heard their parents whispering desperate promises to saints, to relics, to charms bought in secret. And you've seen those same parents bury the children anyway, standing in frozen earth while the priest drones his ritual words over tiny graves. You've seen bodies riddled with plague, their blackened buboes swelling until they burst with a stench that makes even the priest turn away. You've seen entire families drop one by one as the sickness moves from hut to hut like a silent beast. You've seen the carts roll through the village to collect the dead, the driver barely pausing as bodies are heaped upon one another like sacks of spoiled grain. You've seen rats swarm over these corpses as they lie waiting for burial, their slick black bodies squirming and rising beneath the folds of clothing and open mouths. You've seen the fleas jump from their fur to your skin, felt them burrow into you, even as you dig graves for your neighbours. You've seen hunger drive people to madness. You've seen mothers offer their bodies to soldiers for a crust of bread. You've seen fathers disappear into the woods, leaving behind families too ashamed to speak their names again. You've seen old men collapse in the fields, their bodies simply failing as the last reserves of strength vanish from their bones. You've seen what happens when winter stretches longer than expected. You've seen families huddled together beneath piles of tattered blankets, their breath hanging in the air, their children crying themselves silent as their bodies slowly give out. You've seen men strip the bark from trees, boiling it into bitter paste just to fill their stomachs with something, anything. You've seen whole villages grow thin as starvation presses down, shrinking faces into hollowed skulls. You've seen desperation drive people to unspeakable acts. You've heard the rumours whispered at the edge of campfires, rumours no one dares say too loud, of neighbours who vanished and never returned, of stews that tasted strange, of meat that no one could quite explain. You've seen mothers disappear for days, returning with blank faces and silent tongues, their surviving children fed, but at what price? You've seen justice mock itself with open cruelty. You've seen a man flogged near to death for stealing firewood, his back stripped raw while his children watched, too afraid to cry. You've seen debtors dragged from their homes, their property seized, their wives left behind to beg for food from the same neighbours who now whisper about their shame. You've seen nobles order beatings not for crime, but for sport. You've seen priests declare divine punishment over the smallest misfortunes. A withered crop becomes proof of pride. A stillbirth becomes evidence of secret sin. A husband's death becomes a wife's fault for failing to pray with enough humility. The church turns every wound into a moral lesson, every tragedy into proof that God's judgment is always just. You've seen entire villages emptied by war, the land left barren as soldiers move through like locusts. You've seen lords call men to battle with promises of glory, only for them to die screaming in fields soaked with blood and mud. You've seen survivors return broken, missing limbs, missing minds, missing souls. And you've seen the same lords feast while the families of the dead starve in their shadows. You've seen women taken by soldiers as plunder, dragged into the woods or into barns while their fathers and husbands stand powerless, threatened with swords or worse if they intervene. You've seen those women return home with dead eyes, their bodies bruised, their spirits hollowed out like gutted livestock. And you've heard neighbours whisper that it was somehow their fault, as though their suffering was invited. You've seen witches burned. You've seen the absurd pageantry of their trials, the ridiculous questions, the tests designed to destroy them whether they passed or failed. You've seen women held underwater until their bodies floated, their lungs filled with river water while the crowd declared their survival proof of guilt. You've smelled the fires that consumed them afterward, the air thick with ash and hair and burning flesh. You've heard the priests call it mercy. You've seen the absurdity of power applied like a hammer to those beneath it. You've seen the Lord Steward double the tax when he feels like it, his word unquestioned because no one dares question him. You've seen priests demand offerings for prayers that never prevent disaster. You've seen nobles ride through town in elaborate processions while children collapse from hunger in the dirt. You've seen how little your suffering matters. You've seen your children die and heard the priest say it is God's plan. You've watched your husband's beatings go unpunished because discipline is his right. You've worked yourself half to death while others call it your holy duty. You've knelt in prayer so many times your knees are permanently swollen, but still the pain comes. Still the death comes. Still the endless grinding cruelty comes. And yet, the most absurd thing of all is that you continue, not because you believe it will get better, but because you have been trained to expect nothing else. You do not hope for peace. You do not hope for justice. You do not even hope for mercy. You hope only to survive one more day, to endure one more season, to avoid one more accusation. You have seen too much to hope for anything beyond that, and the world spins on, indifferent to your agony. There comes a time, after enough winters, after enough burials, after enough births soaked in blood, when even horror becomes routine. It is no longer sharp. It no longer cuts clean. Instead, it seeps into you like dampness in the walls, slowly saturating every fibre of your existence until you no longer notice it. It simply is. You wake to a world that is constantly broken, and you no longer imagine it could be whole. You move through your days not because you have strength, but because you no longer remember what stillness feels like. You have not been still since you were a child. You watch absurdity unfold with eyes that have grown dull. When soldiers march through your village and take the last of your grain, you bow your head. When your husband strikes you for the 1000th time, you say nothing. When your daughter cries herself to sleep after another beating from her new husband, you whisper hollow prayers you no longer believe. You have learned that silence is safer than outrage, that endurance is cheaper than hope. You've seen girls, some barely beyond childhood, married to men old enough to be their fathers. You've watched them try to conceal their fear as they're handed over like livestock, wrapped in borrowed cloth, lips trembling as the priest speaks words they barely understand. You've seen the bruises appear soon after, hidden beneath sleeves and scarves, while their mothers lower their eyes and pretend not to see. You did the same once. You've seen those same girls die young, their bodies torn apart by pregnancies too early, too close together, too many. You've seen them weep as their tiny infants, born blue and cold, are buried beneath thin layers of earth. You've seen midwives whisper quiet, desperate prayers over their graves, knowing full well that no God was listening. You've seen death arrive without ceremony. You've seen it claim your neighbours while they work the fields, collapsing mid-swing, their blood mixing with the dirt that will still need tilling tomorrow. You've watched children choke to death on nothing, their thin throats closing from fevers that burn like dry kindling. You've watched old women simply stop breathing during prayer, their bodies folding forward as if bowing one last time before vanishing from the world. You've seen your own body betray you. Your skin, once smooth, grows dry and cracked. Your teeth loosen, then fall one by one. Your hair thins. Your joints stiffen. The constant cold burrows into your bones and stays there, gnawing at your strength. You grow weaker, but the work never eases. Even when you can no longer carry the full weight, you still work. You sew until your eyes fail. You spin until your fingers can no longer grasp the wheel. You stir the pot even as your arms tremble. And when you can no longer work, you sit in the corner, half invisible, waiting to become fully invisible. You've seen how the world treats those who falter. You've seen the beggars who crawl through the village, their fingers twisted by frostbite, their mouths missing teeth, their words slurred by hunger and rot. You've seen them shooed away like dogs. You've seen the children throw stones at them while their mothers laugh, pretending not to recognise what they might one day become. You've seen justice twist itself into absurd shapes. You've seen priests forgive the worst of men for coin and confession. You've seen noblemen murder peasants in drunken rage, only to ride away unpunished. You've seen women whipped, shaved, or banished for crimes invented by men who never feared consequences. You've seen entire families vanish overnight, dragged into dungeons for debts they could never repay. You've seen war arrive like a plague, not through grand battles, but through quiet devastation. You've seen men conscripted and marched away, never to return. You've seen foreign soldiers loot your village, tear your neighbours from their homes, steal your animals, rip the clothes from your bodies. You've seen women raped beneath flickering torches, while their fathers and brothers are forced to kneel nearby, too broken to fight, too terrified to watch. You've seen executions meant to entertain the crowd. You've seen men hanged, their bodies twisting in the wind, while the village children laugh nervously at the spectacle. You've seen heads displayed on spikes at the village gate, their faces bloated and blue, eyes pecked out by crows. You've seen women burned for witchcraft, their screams drowned by the roaring flames, their charred remains collapsing inward while the priest leads the crowd in prayer. You've seen plague return again and again, always hungrier than the last time. You've seen it swell under the armpits and groins of the sick, purple and black sores weeping pus until the body collapses under its own poison. You've seen entire families sealed inside their huts, their doors nailed shut as they rot together in their own filth. You've seen the death carts roll through like clockwork, their wheels slick with blood, their drivers silent. You've seen animals go mad, their eyes wide, their mouths foaming, their heads thrashing. You've seen entire herds put to the blade to stop the sickness from spreading. You've seen men buried alongside their livestock, the line between human and beast erased by famine. You've seen hunger force people to eat things you never thought could be food. You've seen them chew on grass, on tree bark, on boiled leather straps. You've seen rats roasted over open fires, their blackened bodies devoured whole. You've heard rumours, darker than you dare speak aloud, of worse things of meat that did not come from animals. You've seen the absurdity of worship. You've watched as relics are paraded through the village, supposed pieces of saints' bones, scraps of holy cloth, vials of sacred blood. All of it bought, traded and displayed like carnival prizes. You've seen desperate mothers press their sick children against these relics, begging for miracles that never come. You've seen priests grow fat on donations made by starving families, their bellies round with stolen hope. You've seen superstition poison your neighbours like bad water. You've seen women accused of witchcraft for nothing more than being disliked. You've seen midwives whisper prayers while mixing herbs, knowing that the same herbs that heal could tomorrow be called spells. You've seen entire families driven out into the woods because one child was born with a crooked limb. You've seen men go mad with grief and guilt, their minds snapping. You do not remember the exact moment when you stopped feeling like yourself. Perhaps it was not a single moment at all. Perhaps it was a long erosion, one that came grain by grain, year by year, season after season of loss, until your soul simply thinned and slipped into silence. In your earliest years, you still had flashes of something like hope. You once smiled with your sisters while gathering kindling, once sang softly while spinning thread beneath the weak sun, once looked at the world as something that held more than just labour and fear. But those memories feel distant now, as though they happened to someone else. Someone younger, someone foolish, someone who had not yet learned what this life truly is. The weight came slowly. First, the daily work, then the hunger, then the births, then the deaths, then the beatings, then the sicknesses, then the shame, each one pressing a little heavier on your shoulders, until eventually you could no longer stand up straight. You bend now as easily as you breathe. You rise before dawn each morning out of habit, not out of purpose. Your hands move automatically. You stoke the fire with aching fingers, sweep the dirt floor while your back complains, knead the dough while your arms tremble from weakness. You no longer feel pride when the bread rises, nor frustration when it fails. It all simply is. Bread or no bread, life continues. The emptiness inside you does not depend on the dough. The faces around you have blurred too. You see your husband's face less as a person and more as a presence, a looming force you've memorized like weather. His voice rises, his hand lifts, his temper flashes. You do not flinch anymore. You used to. You used to shrink, to cry, to beg. Now you simply lower your eyes and wait. The strikes sting your skin, but they no longer reach the part of you that feels. That part withdrew long ago, like a frightened animal that has burrowed too deep to be pulled out. Your daughters now carry the same weight you once did. You watch them stumble beneath it, their eyes wide with the same dread you once carried. You teach them to bear it not because you wish this life upon them, but because you know there is no other life for them to claim. You see the small moments of rebellion flicker in them, the clenched jaw, the stolen glances toward the woods where no man watches. But you gently snuff these flames before they can burn too brightly. You remind them that to dream is dangerous, that to desire is sinful, that to want is to suffer. You have learned that broken spirits survive longer than hopeful ones. Even your love for your children has changed. You love them, yes, but it is a cautious love, a love built for loss. You learned early that love invites grief. The more you love, the more you risk, and you have buried too many to let yourself hope too hard for the ones still breathing. You care for them, you tend to their needs, you pray for their safety, but you no longer dream for them. You no longer imagine futures. You simply count each day they remain alive as its own small victory. The priest still speaks of salvation, of paradise waiting beyond death. Once those words offered comfort. Now they feel distant, hollow. You have grown suspicious even of hope for the afterlife. You wonder, in your private thoughts you dare not speak even in confession, whether heaven is just another promise made to keep women like you quiet. Perhaps there is nothing waiting. Perhaps this life is all there is. The thought terrifies you, but it no longer surprises you. Your prayers have changed too. You still kneel, you still mouth the words, but the prayers no longer carry your heart. They are rituals, empty of expectation. You no longer ask for blessings. You no longer beg for mercy. You simply repeat the words like spinning thread, an endless circle of motion that serves only to fill the silence. The seasons blur together now. You do not mark the years by birthdays or celebrations, but by losses. The winter your second son died of fever. The spring your husband broke your arm. The summer your daughter miscarried in the field. The autumn when the Lord's men took half your grain. These are your landmarks. These are your memories. Your body carries its own record of these years. The scars on your hands from the hearth. The permanent stiffness in your knees from endless kneeling. The missing teeth. The dry skin. The hunched spine. Your reflection, on the rare occasions you glimpse it, shows a face you no longer recognize. Hollow cheeks, sunken eyes, lines etched deep like cracks in dried clay. You no longer fear death as you once did. In truth, you sometimes feel its quiet pull as a kind of comfort. Not a wish for death exactly, but a soft readiness, a resignation. The sense that when your breath finally leaves you, it will feel less like an end and more like a release. You wonder sometimes how much of yourself remains. The girl who once laughed, who once played, who once dreamed. She is gone. In her place stands this silent creature who endures without protest, who obeys without thinking, who works without resting, who grieves without weeping, who survives without living. Even your memories betray you. The faces of those you've lost blur together. You try to remember the sound of your mother's voice, but it slips away like smoke. You try to recall the exact shade of your firstborn's eyes, but the colour fades. The more you reach for these details, the more they vanish. You are left with shadows where people used to be. The world outside your hut continues its cruelty. The lords still demand their taxes. The priests still demand their obedience. The men still demand their power. The earth still demands its labour. And you, at the bottom of it all, continue as you always have. Bending, yielding, surviving. There is no ending to this. No triumph. No justice. No great moment of defiance or rescue. There is only the slow, grinding march toward your own disappearance. One day, your breath will grow too shallow to sustain you. Your daughters will gather around, their faces lined with the same worry you once wore for your own mother. The priest will come, reciting his final prayers, his voice steady and detached. You will feel your body grow cold, your vision dim, your heartbeat slow. And then you will leave, quietly, without ceremony, without legacy, without monument. The world will continue. The Lord's men will still collect taxes. The priest will still deliver his sermons. The fields will still demand their labour. The seasons will still turn. Your daughters will take your place at the hearth. your granddaughters will take theirs. The cycle will repeat endlessly, as it always has, and you will become another nameless woman in a long line of nameless women who lived, suffered, and vanished without leaving a trace. And that is the final cruelty. Not the pain itself, but the knowledge that your pain meant nothing. That you endured only for the sake of enduring. That the world never cared. That your suffering was not exceptional, but ordinary. You were not broken by some grand tragedy. You were broken by everything. And you kept going anyway, because there was nothing else. You wake each day, not because you choose to, but because your body still remembers the rhythm of rising. The sun breaks through the cracks in your wall, lighting the same spots on the floorboards it always has. And you stand, because standing is what you have always done. You do not feel rested. You no longer even register the difference between tired and awake. You simply exist, pulled forward by routine, like a wheel rolling downhill, unable to stop itself. The first sounds you hear are the quiet murmurs of your daughters, beginning their own day of labour. The creak of the door, the clatter of buckets, the whisper of skirts brushing against rough wooden walls. Their movements mirror your own from years ago, when you still had the strength to lift heavy loads without trembling. You see their hunched shoulders and stiff fingers, and in them you see your own reflection. Not the reflection of youth, but of repetition. Their faces carried a weight you once carried. That faint tightness in their lips when their husbands raised their voices. That brief flash of fear behind their eyes when they glanced too long at the Lord Steward. That invisible, permanent tightening in their chests when their infants cough in the night. You know all these things without them needing to say a word, the same way your mother once saw it in you. You do not warn them anymore. You do not offer comfort, not because you lack love, but because you have learned how little words matter. You can no longer lie to them about what waits ahead. You know what's coming for them. The same thing that came for you, that came for your mother, that will come for their daughters after them. There is no wisdom you can give that will spare them. Only the silent knowledge that they too will shrink. They too will disappear inside themselves. You move slower now, not because you wish to, but because your body no longer answers your commands as it once did. Each movement feels like dragging something heavy that no one else can see. Your knees resist every attempt to kneel for prayer. Your fingers, twisted and swollen, fumble with the smallest of tasks, sewing, mending, tying knots. The simplest chores now take the entire day, and even then you often leave them unfinished, the thread trailing off, the fire smouldering low. There is no rest waiting for you at night. Sleep brings no peace, only more hours of half-conscious drifting. Your dreams, when they come, offer no escape. They bring back faces you've buried long ago. The faces of children who never reached adulthood. The faces of neighbours who vanished during the plague. The face of your husband, younger, angrier, drunker. In your dreams, they appear not as comforts but as reminders. You wake with your heart pounding, your breath shallow, your chest tight. And then you rise again, because there is nothing else to do. Even your grief has worn itself out. There was a time when each new death struck you like a blow to the chest, when you wept until your throat was raw, when you tore at your hair and begged God for mercy. But grief, like everything else, has limits. You have simply run out of tears. Now, when you stand at another shallow grave, you feel only the dull weight of inevitability. Another child lowered into the earth. Another prayer recited by rote. another name slipping quietly into the list of the lost. You do not cry. You do not pray for understanding. You do not ask why. You already know there is no answer. The world outside your hut remains unchanged, as cruel as ever. The seasons still arrive like cold, indifferent judges. Each winter feels longer than the last, each summer more blistering. The harvests shrink, the storms worsen. The soil grows thinner, the air more bitter. You hear rumours of villages nearby abandoned entirely, the people scattering into the woods or starving where they stood. And yet your village remains, a cluster of survivors clinging stubbornly to the last scraps of land that still yield something. Survival itself has become its own form of absurdity. The Lord still rides through on his horse, towering above you as you bow your head. His cloak flutters in the wind, rich fabrics, dyed colours you could never afford. His men trail behind him, armoured and grinning, their boots crushing the dirt as they pass. You no longer lift your head to watch them. You've seen them too many times. You know what they are. Their power feels as old as the earth itself. Permanent, unquestionable, untouchable. The priest still preaches each Sunday, his voice rising and falling in the same familiar patterns, the same words repeated like incantations. You sit among the other women at the back of the church, your head covered, your hands folded. You no longer listen. You know every sermon by heart. You mouth the prayers not because you believe they will save you, but because to stop would invite attention. And attention is always dangerous. You no longer confess your private thoughts to the priest, not the real ones. You give him the same safe confessions as everyone else: envy, pride, impatience, the rehearsed sins, the acceptable sins, the ones that won't bring further questions, the real sins, the quiet bitterness, the small seeds of doubt, the fading of your faith, those you keep locked away. Not because you hope to preserve your soul, but because you know better than to trust anyone with your truth. Even God feels distant now. You do not fear his wrath so much as you fear his silence. You prayed for deliverance once. You begged for miracles. You fasted, you wept, you bled. And nothing came. The children still died. The hunger still came. The beatings still landed. The cold still seeped into your bones. Over time, you stopped asking. You no longer expect his mercy. You no longer expect his presence. You pray only out of habit, out of caution, out of the hollow space where belief once lived. The other women around you share this quiet resignation. You see it in their faces as you gather at the well, as you trade small scraps of food, as you sit beside each other while sewing in the evenings. No one speaks of it aloud, but you all know. The nods are slower. The smiles are thinner. The laughter, when it comes, feels forced. A brittle sound that cracks too easily. You no longer comfort one another with promises. You simply share the weight silently, because the weight cannot be lifted. Your daughter's children now crawl across the dirt floor, their small voices briefly filling the hut with life. But even their laughter carries a kind of sadness for you. You know what waits for them. You know the cost of growing older in this world. You know how their innocence will be carved away piece by piece, year after year, until they too carry the same hollow shell you wear now. You love them, and you pity them. Your own identity has dissolved. You're no longer you. You are mother, wife, grandmother. You're a role, not a person. A woman you once were. The girl who dared to dream, who once smiled without flinching, who once whispered hopes into the wind. She no longer lives here. She was ground away, little by little, by the endless repetition of suffering. There is no rebellion left inside you. There is no rage, no defiance, only the constant low hum of existence. You do what must be done. You eat when there is food. You work when there is work. You pray when others are watching. You endure. And you wait for your body to finally surrender. And when that day comes, when your breath grows thin, when your fingers can no longer grip the blanket pulled over your chest, when your heart gives one last weak thump, you know the world will not stop for you. Your daughters will weep for a time. The priest will say his final words. The grave will be dug, and the seasons will continue. You will vanish as quietly as you lived, not with a scream, not with a cry for justice, not with vengeance, but with a whisper. The wind will carry your final breath into the air, and the world will go on exactly as it always has. You do not remember the last time you truly felt anything, not joy, not sorrow, not even anger. You only remember when you once used to feel. But even those memories now seem like someone else's life, like watching a distant story through thick fog, the details faint, the colours pale. Your emotions have not simply dulled, they have emptied. You're not numb in the way a fresh wound goes numb. That would still suggest the possibility of healing. You're hollow in the way dry husks remain after the plant is long dead. Their outer shape preserved, their insides long since scattered to the wind. You still move, you still speak, you still complete your chores, but your spirit no longer inhabits these actions. They are movements without meaning, driven not by will, but by habit. You exist because you have not yet stopped, and you have not stopped because stopping was never allowed. You observe your daughters as they stumble into the same life you once inherited. You see their exhaustion setting in, years before it reached you. The world has grown harder, more brutal. The harvests fail sooner. The taxes grow steeper. The cold arrives earlier. You watch them bite their lips when their husbands shout. You see them cradle infants who will likely never reach adulthood. You see them bend their backs, stiffen their hands, swallow their screams. You see in their eyes the quiet terror of understanding what you've known all along, that there will be no rescue. You do not warn them anymore. What would be the point? What comfort could you offer? You once whispered reassurances to yourself, that your suffering would count for something, that God would reward obedience, that your pain had purpose. But those promises have dissolved. You no longer believe in deliverance. And because you no longer believe, you cannot pretend to offer hope to those who follow you. You can only prepare them for the emptiness that awaits. You hear your daughters repeat the same prayers you once whispered as a young wife. You hear them beg for safety, for strong sons, for merciful births. You watch them barter with a God who never answers, and you say nothing because you understand the cruelty of taking away even this fragile thread of comfort. Even an empty prayer feels better than silence. You once wept openly when you buried your children. You remember your knees collapsing beneath you, your throat raw from crying, your fingers digging into the frozen earth as though you could somehow pull them back. Now you stand stiff and still at each graveside, your hands folded, your face blank. You watch the small bodies lowered into the ground without a flicker of expression. You do not cry. You cannot. The grief has exhausted itself. There are no more tears to give. Even your relationship with God has withered. Where once you feared his wrath, now you fear his absence. The sermons drone on about his love, his justice, his mercy, but you know better. You know that suffering is random, that cruelty falls without warning, that prayers are answered with silence. You mouth the words in church because everyone else does, but inside you have stopped speaking to him. You do not curse God. You do not rage against him. That would still require feeling. You simply no longer reach for him at all. He is like a distant relative whose name you barely recall, once important, now irrelevant. You do not believe you will see him after death. You do not believe there will be anything after death. And strangely, that brings you a kind of peace. You no longer cling to hope. Hope only sharpens the pain when it inevitably shatters. The absence of hope is softer, quieter. Your body continues to betray you in small, relentless ways. The stiffness in your joints becomes permanent. Your legs tremble after only a few steps. Your hands have grown so swollen and twisted that even simple stitches become impossible. You sit longer now, watching your daughters take over the work you can no longer perform. You offer instruction sometimes, but even your voice grows thin, your breath shallow. You know your usefulness fades with each season. You're not afraid of dying. You're afraid of lingering too long in this half-life, where you are neither alive nor gone. A body too weak to work, too strong to surrender. You pray quietly for release, though you no longer believe anyone is listening. The world outside continues its endless cycle of cruelty. The noble still rides through, his eyes scanning the village as though it belongs to him entirely. The priest still lectures on humility while growing fatter with each season. The tax collectors still knock on doors, their hands outstretched like vultures. The soldiers still march by, their swords gleaming, their horses snorting, their laughter sharp as blades. You have seen it all so many times that it no longer registers as new. These men are not people to you anymore. They are fixtures, like trees or rocks or seasons. Permanent features of a landscape designed to crush you beneath its weight. The other women move through their days with the same mechanical stillness. You pass them at the well, your eyes meeting only briefly, offering silent nods. You no longer trade stories of sorrow. The stories are all the same. The details change. A lost child here, a beaten wife there, another neighbour accused of witchcraft. But the endings never do. There's no need to speak them aloud. Even your memory has begun to dissolve. Names slip away. Faces blur together. The line between past and present erodes. Some days you forget which child you lost first. Some days you forget whether your husband is still alive or only recently gone. You stop trying to sort it out. What does it matter? The pain is always the same. The names change. The loss remains. You once measured time by seasons. Now you measure it by aches. This winter, your breath shortened. This spring, your legs swelled. This summer, your hands stiffened further. Your own body is a calendar counting down to nothing. You no longer dream. Your sleep is shallow, broken, filled with half-conscious hours staring at the ceiling beams. When dreams come, they bring nothing but brief, scattered images. Flickers of firelight, flashes of faces, echoes of voices that no longer speak. You wake from them not startled, but empty. Dreams offer no comfort here. They only remind you that once you hoped for something more. And still, you endure. You have become something smaller than a person, something quieter than a voice. You are an echo, a vessel for suffering, a shadow fading slowly into the dirt. And yet you rise each day, because that is what you have always done. There is no pride left in your endurance, no dignity, no victory, only the repetition of existence. The world does not notice your fading. Your daughters are too busy with their own survival. Your neighbours are too trapped in their own pain. The men of the village never looked at you beyond what you could offer them. Even the priest speaks to you now with a kind of detached politeness, as though you have already begun to vanish. And one day you will vanish. There will be no announcement, no weeping crowds, no record of your years. You will simply stop breathing, and the work will continue without you. The fields will still be tilled, the fires still lit, the church still filled, the taxes still collected, the children still born, the suffering still distributed. The world does not change, and neither did you. You only endured, and in this world, that was all that was ever asked of you. You have become something smaller than a person, smaller even than a memory. You exist now as a function of the world around you, not as a being with thoughts, desires, or will. Your body moves, but yourself has receded somewhere far away, like an old light in the woods long since gone dark. There is no longer a sense of today. Days have blurred into each other so thoroughly that time feels less like a series of steps forward and more like a deep, endless pool you sink into, slowly, weightlessly, soundlessly. You wake not because you wish to, but because your body's ancient rhythm refuses to fully surrender. The dawn pulls you up like a string, but there is nothing pulling you forward. You move because stillness feels heavier than labour. Stillness means being left alone with whatever fragments of thought still stir faintly inside your hollow chest. And thought itself has become something you no longer trust. The village sounds continue around you. The church bell rings. The carts creak down the mud, slick roads. The children chase one another past your window, their voices high and thin like distant birds. You register all these sounds without listening to them. They arrive and vanish like wind. The voices of your daughters grow quieter as they lower their own heads under the same burdens that once belonged to you. You watch them from your chair in the corner, your hands folded in your lap. They rarely look to you for guidance anymore. They have inherited not only your work, but your silence. You taught them how to endure. And now they do. You watch the babies crawl, stumble, grow. You no longer feel the brief flicker of joy you once felt when a new child entered the world. You only feel the heaviness of knowing how many of them will not survive. How many of them you will help bury before your own breath finally gives out. There was a time when you feared death, when it loomed like a black gate on the horizon. Now it feels closer, familiar. You sense it watching you, not menacing, but patient. It waits like an old companion sitting quietly in the corner beside you. You do not resist it. You do not invite it. You simply acknowledge that when it comes, it will feel like exhaling after holding your breath far too long. The priest still visits, but his words barely register anymore. He speaks of sin, of humility, of reward in the next life. You nod. You whisper the expected responses. You confess, though your confessions are empty now, rehearsed lists of small flaws you no longer care to examine. The true confessions remain buried where even you can barely find them. Not because you fear damnation, but because you no longer believe your soul is a thing that can be saved or condemned. It simply exists, and soon it will not. The world outside your small hut remains as it always was. Brutal, senseless, absurd. You hear the screams from the village square as another neighbour is whipped. You hear the wails as another woman is dragged to trial for imagined witchcraft. You hear the cries of another mother whose infant has slipped into death's quiet grip. None of it surprises you. None of it moves you. You've seen too much. You've seen these same scenes play out so many times that they no longer seem like separate events. It's all one endless, circular story that you have lived inside for so long that you cannot imagine anything else. You no longer remember how many children you've buried. You no longer try to count the lost seasons, the failed harvests, the hungry winters. The numbers blur, the names dissolve. All that remains is the weight of loss itself, nameless, faceless, heavy like stones tied to your chest. You once believed in fairness. You once believed in purpose. You once believed that your suffering might mean something, that your obedience might be rewarded. But those beliefs crumbled long ago, and the dust of them has long since scattered. Now you believe in nothing, or rather, you no longer believe at all. Belief requires energy, requires feeling, requires the presence of something inside you that has since gone quiet. Your body weakens each season. You cannot stand as long as you once could. You cannot walk without leaning heavily on the arm of a daughter or granddaughter. Your voice cracks when you speak. Your breath comes in shorter bursts. Your joints feel like stones grinding together beneath your thin skin. You no longer participate in the work of the village. The fields are for younger backs now, the hearth for younger hands. You sit beside the fire like an old piece of furniture, present but forgotten. The others speak around you, not to you. When they do speak to you, it is with the soft voices reserved for the dying. You're not yet dead, but you are no longer fully alive either. Your mind drifts often, untethered. You forget where you are. You forget who is speaking to you. You forget what day it is. Sometimes you forget your own name. But you do not panic when these lapses come. You let them wash over you like cold waves, receding as quickly as they arrived. You no longer fight to hold on to yourself. The parts of you that slip away are pieces you no longer need. The others still pray for you. They whisper to saints, light candles, offer small sacrifices in hopes that your soul will be carried peacefully to paradise. You let them. You do not correct them. It comforts them to believe. And though you no longer believe yourself, you understand the comfort belief offers. You once clung to it too. Your dreams have grown strange. What little sleep you find is broken by hazy visions that feel neither real nor entirely imagined. You see shadows of people you once knew, but their faces are indistinct. You see places that feel familiar, but lack detail. You drift through these dreams, like a visitor in someone else's memory. You wake from them feeling nothing. The seasons pass, and you barely notice. The changes in the wind, in the sky, in the crops, all continue as they always have. But you no longer mark them as you once did. You once feared winter's hunger, spring's floods, summer's heat, autumn's debts. Now you feel distant from these worries. They belong to the younger women now. You have handed your burdens to them, as your mother once handed them to you. The world you leave behind will not change. You know this with painful certainty. Your daughters will grow old. Their daughters will follow. The Lord will still demand. The priests will still preach. The fields will still hunger for labour. The earth will still swallow your bones, as it has swallowed so many before you. When death finally comes for you, and it will soon, it will not arrive with drama or cruelty. It will arrive as everything else has, quietly, inevitably, without ceremony. You will not cry out. You will not resist. You will simply slip away, as softly as a flame burning down to its final ember. Your passing will cause no great disturbance. The world will not pause. The church bell may ring. The priest will speak his memorized words. The grave will be dug. Your daughters will weep for a time. The neighbours will whisper their condolences. And then the village will return to its labour. The earth will reclaim you as it has reclaimed so many others. No stone will mark your name. No story will be told of your years. No one will speak of your strength, your suffering, your silent endurance. You will vanish into the soil, into the past, into nothing. And perhaps that is mercy. Because in the end, your life was never truly yours. It belonged to others. To your father, to your husband, to your children, to your Lord, to your priest, to your God, to the endless grinding wheel of survival. You were not permitted dreams. You were not permitted freedom. You were not permitted peace. You were permitted only to exist. And now, finally, you will cease, and the world will go on. The wind moves softly across the empty fields. The last embers in the hearth have burned to ash. The dirt path outside your door remains, worn smooth by countless feet, though none will remember whose. The seasons turn. The harvest comes and goes. The village remains. And you, once a girl, once a wife, once a mother, once a silent shadow, are gone. Your name fades from lips. Your voice fades from memory. Your pain, your prayers, your tiny moments of joy, all of it dissolves into the earth, into the cold, into the fog of centuries that will forget you ever existed. But the wheel continues to turn, as it always has, as it always will. And far above the fields, far above the village, far above the graves, the sky remains silent, as it was during your life, as it is now. Sleep well,